Hey.
Plumb full outside of the Diddy trial, and I am off to the side and out the way because they complete and utter circus. They are acting a plumb argument for the prosecution, and then tomorrow on Friday they're going to be doing the closing arguments for the defense. Now, I don't know what is in the water today, but it is cold outside, and the cold air has brought I am looking directly across me at a complete and utter circus. They are acting a plumb fool outside of the Diddy trial, and I am over here off to the side and out the way because they are doing way too much out here. It's like a look at me, monkey see, monkey do contest, and it's giving ghetto, okay? I'm doing getting away from the ghetto. But we're here to talk about the closing arguments and if the feds were able to tie up the RICO. They're over there dancing, child. I mean, do y'all want to see what the ghetto is giving over there? Or y'all want to hear about the closing arguments? What y'all want to do? Let me know. But anyways, the prosecution, according to a lot of different people that I talked to, a lot of people feel as though the prosecution is giving it to Diddy today. Now, we can all, or a lot of people can feel as though the prosecution is doing a good job of tying up what they feel is the RICO. But when the defense gets on there tomorrow, it could be a whole different ballgame. Now, they are alleging that there are several players who are victims in this case. They're saying that Cassie's a victim, Capricorn's a victim, Mia's a victim. So many people were a victim of not only S trafficking, but also forced labor. They were saying that when he had Cassie up there getting hit with the triple-decker special, there were times where she had infections, UTIs, and she was getting gangbanged like that. And they calling that forced labor, S trafficking, and even with Jane as well. They said there were times when they wanted to do it, and then the times that they did not want to do it, and Diddy was telling them, finish strong, you can do it. And they were forced to perform even on their monthly when they were in the red. That was an example of forced labor. Now, they went over a lot of different examples of what would constitute forced labor, and I'm going to go over all of that with you. But y'all said y'all want to see the circus, so I'm going to show y'all the circus just really, really quickly, and then we're going to get down to business. But y'all know I would love for y'all to show y'all support by hitting the like button, okay? Hit the like button on my video. Put me in the algorithm. I am not in the Diddy algorithm.
Hey, Michelle.
Because I did not cover this every single day and make a video every single day. And I have not been in New York every single day.
Shout out to...
and then I came back last week, and I've been here for 2 weeks covering the trial. But
Neek?
I need you guys to hit the like button, hit the share button, so that you can tell a friend that I'm here about to bring y'all the inside scoop. I'm also about to show y'all the circus in a second, all right? But make sure you hit the like button. And if you ain't feeling too stingy, you can send a $10, $20, $30 holla to my Cash App or via Super Chat. Now, let me grab my laptop. Hi, how are you? Who? Diddy? Oh, I don't know. It's a 50-50 chance. You never know. I don't know. You wasn't in there?
No, they still got business in space something?
Yeah.
Oh, is it still going on?
Yeah.
What floor's on?
24. They'll tell you if you ask them in there. Yeah. All right, so let me show y'all the circus before I get started. For what? Let me show y'all what's going on here, child.
That's right.
gonna be over here for long. I can't be in the trenches like this. I see. You was causing a ruckus earlier too. Why you was hooting and hollering earlier?
Oh, who, me?
Yeah, you.
No, not me.
He was causing a ruckus earlier. What was the ruckus about?
Not me.
She want to be on. Okay. But
What ruckus?
thank you for watching. You was causing a ruckus earlier.
What ruckus? I just came out here not too long ago.
Oh, he lying, y'all. He capping. Let me finish showing y'all the energy around here, because he capping and all of that.
Yo, I just call it. She want to have a line. Here we go.
Hey,
Yo, it was not even
and
me.
let's do the
Yeah, you just said it was not even me. See? Yeah, go ahead. Get her.
Oh, this look professional. She want titties? No. We don't want. No. We don't want. Yeah, we're gonna have to move around.
Oh,
What you think of the
Lord.
closing today?
Honey, I think it's type crazy. You feel me? At first, I thought that Diddy was going to get off. Now, I'm not really sure. I'm feeling like, he might serve a little bit of time. The prosecution was really doing their thing today, proving the racketeering. So, yes, I'm not sure. I'm interested in seeing what is going to go on tomorrow and, see where that leads us.
Now, this young lady said I started some type of melee earlier.
With the Mexicans.
Or what's arguing with the other guy?
No.
Oh, well, he looked just like the other guy.
Yeah, so
He got a tan?
He mad. They said we all do.
we all doing this, bro.
Oh, okay, well, it wasn't him, but he looked like the other guy that was up here. I apologize if it wasn't
Big
you.
Mike is the troublemaker. You're a troublemaker.
Tell the people what's up. Were you inside? Did you hear the closing argument?
No, I wasn't inside, but Diddy's going down. He's cooked.
Can you get the fuck away?
He cooked.
He's cooked.
No, nigga, you too
Told
close.
y'all, I've been telling y'all he cooked.
He's cooked. Diddy's cooked.
I've been telling y'all.
Excellent job in closing arguments. We gotta see what the defense say. If they come with this justification stuff, he's gonna be done.
I don't admit
And I agree with that. Y'all can follow me on TikTok, Big Mike 626 or Big Mike 066 on YouTube. Thank you.
All right. Hey.
Say sorry.
You what?
In closing arguments, we gotta see what the defense say. If they come with this justification.
Can you get the fuck away from me? DJ at the definition.
He's cooked.
No, nigga, you too close and you pregnant.
He's cooked. Diddy's cooked. The prosecution did an excellent job in closing arguments. We gotta see what the defense say. If they come with this justification stuff, he's gonna be done.
I don't admit that.
And I agree with that. Y'all can follow me on TikTok, Big Mike 626 or Big Mike 066 on YouTube. Thank you.
All right. Hey.
He said he could.
You went to the Africans?
But you look
The Africans did your hair?
no.
You went where you at? Hey, yo, listen.
You look like the guy that was causing the ruckus earlier.
This is outside.
Yeah, tell me how.
We showing the East Coast love, you heard?
All right, we gotta move away from here. He's playing music. I gotta run. They playing music. Sorry. I gotta go, child. It's getting a little too ghetto over there, honey. But I had to show y'all what was going on, but we got to get on. It's a little crazy. Honey. So let me go back over here in the peace and quiet. Where it's a little more civilized. You gotta get away. The people wanted to see the circus, but we gotta get it from up over there, child. I can't do too much crazy. Now they're even louder that I done walked away. But anyways, and then I'm like, I don't want them to smack my laptop out of my hand, because then we're going to have to be squabbling. And I don't want to get ghetto up in this dress. So I said, you know what? Let me move because they kept getting a little too close. I'm trying to give myself space in between the people. And then they coming up closer and closer. I said, hold on. I got my laptop in my hand. Back up. Let me run. But anyways, let's get into these closing arguments. So somebody said, I know y'all hot. No, it's actually cold today. It's actually cold today. But y'all came to find out about the closing arguments. And as you see, so many people, I'm not capping. There are so many people who I talked to today that said, you know, I wasn't sure about the RICO. I wasn't sure if he was guilty. And I've been talking to those same people, and they are listening to the prosecutors and saying that they now feel that he is guilty. Child, it is crazy over there. I'm over here trying to stay focused with y'all, but it is literally crazy over there. But anyway, so let's start with how they started the day. But first, make sure to hit the like button. If you have not hit the like button, I mean, you could even say, you know what, Nick, this is $1 on some coffee. Send that to the Cash App. I mean, that would be greatly appreciated in all of that. Somebody being messy in the chat gonna say, go back over there. Now, if I go back over there and my laptop accidentally get knocked out of my hand, are you gonna foot the bill? No, you ain't. So anyways, I think the family is about to come out. It's a mess. You said stay in the light. Girl, I'm trying to stay in the light, honey. Stay in the light. And then the lady kept following me, talking about she looking for her interview. Girl, bag back. You talking about showing boobs and all that. We don't need none of that.
Oh,
so
Lord.
anyways, let's pull up some of the goings-ons. And if my stream lags in any way, or if things are not coming out clear, let me know so that I can make any necessary adjustments that I need to make. If there is any problems or issues with the stream, let me know. All right. Let's see. But we should have good service. It should be coming through. So after the break, it says, all right, the judge, when it came back from the break, the judge says, all rise. He told Ms. Slavic that she can proceed. And then she says, let's go back to the 3-night, let's go back. It says the 3 nights were part of a buildup from fraud, coercion to finally force. And she said, somebody said she didn't lie when she said it's a circus. Absolutely not. So anyways, all right, so let's get into the details of closing and how all of this thing is tied up. Now, I did a video earlier and I went over some of the stuff that they went over this morning. Now, in the afternoon, they were showing bruises from Cassie. They were laying out this thing flat out, letting you know he is guilty. And if he's guilty of anything, he is definitely guilty of transporting these entertainers from one city to one city, crossing state lines in exchange for these freaky-dicky acts. That is illegal. And they said, I don't care what you feel about it, if you feel like they were participating,
Right.
if you feel like they consented.
Right.
If you fly somebody from one state to the next and you pay them money for that tail, that is S-trafficking. And they went on to basically lay it out. But she says, Jane told you about Miami in 2024. He gave her liquid Molly. They showed you video. They'll argue that she was super into it, but she was super high. His coercion included threats to release tapes of her having hanky-panky in the hotel rooms. Combs threatened to send S-tapes to Jane's child's father. Okay, so they was trying to send tapes to the other rapper guy. Y'all know who that is. If you don't know who Jane is and you don't know who he was threatening to send a video, and I wonder why that's such his enemy, because he probably low-key got one of those videos and was mad that his baby mama was getting flipped every which way. But anyways, it says that Diddy was threatening Jane that he was going to send her getting packed by the triple-decker special, and he was going to show that to the baby daddy. Okay, so get in line, or I'm showing this to your baby father. And you know he was going to try to take child support. Now, it says that he threatened to release tapes on Jane. This was to coerce her into more commercial hanky-panky acts. The defense has suggested that Jane agreed to these hotel nights. Let's talk about what agreeing means. This is an incomplete picture. Let's turn to volume 2. We're going to talk about Cassie with several examples. You know, from sitting through the trial to the force was not limited to these days. Through decades they were together. He forced her to have hanky-panky with escorts. Cassie was 19. He was in his late 30s. He signed her to a 10-record deal. He took her on a yacht and gave her e-pills. They had a hanky-panky shaboink session. They were in a relationship. She had just turned 21. The defendant was her boss, who called all the shots. Now, they calling in enforcement now because they getting a little too crazy over there. But anyways, they say that Cassie was 19. He was in his late 30s. He signed her to a 10-record deal. He took her on a yacht and gave her e-pills. They had hanky-panky. They were in a relationship. She had just turned 21. The defendant was her boss who called the shots. He molded her, and he told Capricorn, "Let me show you." Then ordered Cassie around, and she did it. Walk and turn around, total compliance. He didn't take no for an answer. He was abusive, physical, emotional, psychological, and shaboink, way too. All right, they said that he was, let me see if I should bring this up so that y'all can see the people as they come out. Hold on. Let me give y'all a good angle so y'all can see me. And if y'all want to see some of y'all faves come out as well. Or do I need to? Let me see if I need to scoot over some. Hold on. I'm trying to let y'all see. Anyway, y'all see something.
What she saying? Hey, Crystal.
All right.
Trying to charge up my phone.
All right, so let me go back to where I was. It said he molded her and he had complete compliance over her. They want you to call this just a DV situation, but he was forcing her to have freak-offs. He controlled everything. He demanded that her nails be done a certain way on red carpets. The Vanity Fair party in 2014, Deontay Nash told you that he shouted. Combs shouted, "I thought I told y'all she had to have her hair up." He wouldn't let her make money from her music. She was offered the chance to do a Common video. Puff said no. He paid for her car, clothing, phones, and vacation. He made her dependent. He did it to her family too. After he found out she was with Kid Cudi, he demanded $20,000 from her parents to pay him back or he'd release tapes. That month, in just this account, he had 3.2 million coming in and out. This was about control.
That's cold-blooded, y'all.
You said when a victim is unsure.
Cause see, that's something we never heard. We never heard that I got it in my other ear. He was controlling like that. Wouldn't let her work, so people was talking about it was this, that, and the other. She had a choice, and he was controlling all of that. All of that. Oh my.
Right. All right, so let me go back to where I was.
Thank you.
It said he molded her and he had complete compliance over her. They want you to call this just a DV situation, but he was forcing her to have freak-offs. He controlled everything. He demanded that her nails be done a certain way on red carpets. The Vanity Fair party in 2014, Deontay Nash told you that he shouted. Combs shouted, I thought I told y'all she had to have her hair up. He wouldn't let her make money from her music. She was offered the chance to do a Common video. Puff said no. He paid for her car, clothing, phones, and vacation. He made her dependent. He did it to her family too. After he found out she was with Kid Cudi, he demanded $20,000 from her parents to pay him back or he'd release tapes. That month, in just this account, he had 3.2 million coming in and out. This was about control. Remember what Dr. Hughes said: when a victim is unsure, footing the abuser has control. He punched her. He kicked her. He dragged her. When it was bad, he hit her and
Hold on.
USA Attorney Slavic destroyed Diddy. Listen, first of all, I'd like to apologize to the prosecution. I don't know how I even lost a little.
I ain't lose none.
Diddy is done. And when I say he is done, he is done.
Shout out to Tisa and Anik.
He is going off to the worst. He is done for. Y'all, what actually happened in the Sean Diddy Combs case? Diddy's going to jail. They got him dead. The prosecution laid out.
That's what they got said.
To the 6-pack of prosecutors, they did their big one today. Oh my God. USA Attorney Slavic destroyed Diddy. All that stuff, people saying, I don't see the RICO, I don't see this. Let me tell you, the jury was locked in. Everybody was locked in. It is undeniable. And they kept saying the same thing we've been saying. First of all, off the bat, that whole thing about the predicate acts and they're dropping it from 7 to 3 to 4. Yeah, that was way off base. They actually have 8 predicate acts. They have
I told that boy.
They have forced labor. They have
Didn't I tell him earlier?
And obstruction of justice for sex trafficking.
Didn't I tell him, Kristen?
Listen, and the feds read Diddy down. This closing argument was all day. We weren't allowed to leave only for a second. It was all day. And when I tell you,
hold on, I'm trying to set up.
Reasonable doubt, that man is done. The jury was locked in.
And yeah, do y'all know they say he planning a party?
This doesn't need to be continuous. You only need one single time for it to be a predicate act. And then they would be like, and here's the predicate act for you. They'd be like, no, I'm sure the defense is going to say, when I say they broke it down, it was an excellent closing argument. It was an excellent closing argument. USA attorney, USAU, AO, literally, Slavic. She's the one that did the close. And guess what? You know, our fan fave, Maureen Comey, is going to be on the 1s and 2s for the re-closing
I'm trying to set it up, so hold on.
Then the defense gets, and then the prosecution gets a chance to redirect, baby. Call it the dream team. You guys, they did their big one. Also, you guys, I am going to be on ABC Live tonight. Please make sure you check me out. I'm going to stay on this. I'm going to stay on this live all through ABC. It's going to be, again, me in the makeup chair, this and that. If you guys can jump on ABC Live in YouTube, that would be great. I'm going to put the link in the description box so you guys can leave this live and go into the other one. But I have to go. I'm in it's an excellent closing argument. Was all day. We weren't allowed to leave only for a second. It was all day. And when I tell you, beyond a reasonable doubt, That man is done. The jury was locked in. And the feds kept saying, you don't need to think it 20 times. This doesn't need to be continuous. You only need one single time for it to be predicate act. And then they would be like, and here's the predicate act for you. They'd be like, no, I'm sure the defense is going to say, when I say they broke it down, it was an excellent closing argument. It was an excellent closing argument. USA attorney, USAU, AO, literally Slavic. She's the one that did the close. And guess what? You know our fan fave, Marine Family is going to be the ones and twos for the re-closing argument. So you get a closing argument, then the defense gets, and then the prosecution gets a chance to redirect. Baby, call it the dream team. You guys, they did their big one. Also, you guys, I am going to be on ABC Live tonight.
Oh my God, I hate when I have to use this phone. Bear with me, y'all.
You guys can jump on ABC Live in YouTube. That would be great. I'm going to, but I have to go, I'm in the car right now, and then I have to go into hair and makeup. Listen.
Everybody is saying they did a big one, y'all.
Diddy can officially change his address.
I told y'all. Didn't I tell you he was walking into the prison?
I don't know how I ever lost. I didn't lose faith because I kept saying, I'm not the prosecution. They know what they're doing. I have complete faith in them, but it looks like a move of weakness. No, it did not. Maybe they did their big one. Diddy is done. He's going to jail. He is done. And this little reunion tour, 4th of July party, whatever.
Yeah, they
talk about what's going on. It is not happening. It is not happening. And the best part about it was Diddy came into that courtroom so happy. The reason why I wasn't
She's
live earlier
moving.
is because once you're in the courtroom, they
Normally
don't
she's
let you
just
leave. And the
standing.
judge is super strict. You can't come in late. You can't come in and out. So, you know, I was kind of in there. Bobby Jean Lane TV, thank you so much for the super chat. Kelly said, how long is he going to jail? Tisa, baby, it looks like it might be life.
Yeah,
Helen
I told.
Ali Vlogs, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you.
I tried to
All right.
tell. It ain't a cake and or walking the cake or whatever they be saying.
I'm taking you guys on the journey. I'm about to walk into ABC Studios. I am filming today. We're gonna go live.
Shout out to Tisa.
Oops, we're gonna go do live. Hold on, y'all. We're going to live, and then we're going to go do some other stuff.
I told you, Crystal.
Helen Ali Vlogs, thank you so much. Tori Parks, thank you so much.
I couldn't even. I'm trying to work and do it.
Thank you, Tori. Also, Luana Peters, thank you so much for your super chat. Let me just put this stuff in my thing. What is going on? Sorry, guys. I'm like falling apart. Okay.
Do you know I haven't, Crystal? I haven't even eaten. I didn't eat breakfast or lunch. I just got me some food.
All right. Thank you. Okay. We are here. Hi. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now we're walking in. I'm going in. They're sitting for me. So exciting. Thank you, Luana Peters. Thank you so much for your super chat. Thank you. Okay. And then Derek, CJ. Thank you. Oh, hey, how are you? I was just, Stephanie, yeah, Tisa. Yeah, I'll mute the thing. Luca, nice to meet you. Stephanie said it wasn't a problem if I went live going.
Oh, who's this? Oh.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just live on that thing. Okay. And also Lisa Rivera, thank you so much. Said you and Nancy Grace are amazing together. Thank you. I'm Hollywood. Thank you.
Yeah, I think so, because I don't normally even entertain Nancy Grace.
How do you think the defense will do tomorrow? Are we winning? We are winning by tenfold. The defense has nothing on this. Majanique said, Tisa, your journals are awesome. Thank you. And CJ said, you're amazing. Thank you for the updates. Also, make our hand look like. Isn't it such a pretty lobby? Okay. Mahanika. Thank you.
I'll
Sorry.
just say like last time.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me know when you want to mute up. Okay, we are up by 1,000, you guys. Again, the prosecution did something so amazing. They wrapped it up. Here's more. They wrapped it up, right? They made it make sense. They, somebody take a screenshot. Okay, let's go. Okay, so anyway, right? They wrapped it up. They made it make sense. They literally pointed to each act and what he did to Jane. And you know what? Even though a lot of people were doubting Jane, they even made Mia's testimony make sense. They wrapped it up so well that we even saw what Mia was doing and how it was forced labor. When I say the juries, she had the jury's hearts. She had the jury's souls. They loved everything that she was saying. They were taking notes. They were up, attentive. And even the few jurors that I got to tell you seemed really skeptical and I was worried about, they were even locked in. And they loved what was going on. Even the jurors I was worried about were locked in and they loved what was going on. You guys, if you're just joining me, we are at ABC Studios. We're going to get into hair and makeup. I'm going to keep talking and then we're going to keep going live on ABC Live. So I'm going to put a link in. If you watch this on playback, you can click on the link and just jump right into ABC Live and make sure you let them know. Make sure you let them know that Tisa sent you, okay? I'm going to get the link directly too. Which, by the way, hey, do you have a link for the thing tonight so I can put it in the description box? So they... Okay, yeah, so I can share it and they can just jump right off the live and go, hey, what's going on, guys? What's going on? And nothing, just doing the live, you know, the usual. No, it's only on me. Hey, what's up? You guys look great. Do you want me to sit in the chair? You're going to stay with Daniel. What's that? You're with Daniel. I think you're with Daniel. Oh, am I? Yeah. Oh, okay. Hi. Hi, Daniel. Do you mind if I talk while you do my makeup? Make me look beautiful.
Do you have anything on now?
A little bit of concealer and just what you see. Nothing on the face. And I think the concealer already went off. Okay. So you guys, all right? So they got in, right? And they started with the direct examination. And I got to tell you, I was a little bit nervous because you know what's been going around about all the drop charges. You know what's been going around and what people thought was actually going to happen, okay? When she opened on the ones and twos, she started off hot, saying that he was always a powerful and dangerous man. But don't get it twisted, because what this enterprise is, he became a more powerful and even more dangerous man who committed bribery, sex trafficking, kidnapping. They listed 8 predicate crimes and then broke them down one by one and then tied in all the witnesses' testimony one by one. It was so crazy to see and hear. And it was so crazy to see and hear how, when it happened, Diddy started shrinking more and more and more into his chair. He started sinking more and more and more, and there was literally nothing he can do, okay? So anyway, they started walking through how, because a lot of people said, I don't see Rico. And they were like, listen, it was an enterprise. First of all, let me tell you something. KK and D-Rock are one... Oh, where's my earring? I guess I gotta take this one off. KK and D-Rock are 100% going to get indicted as co-conspirators. They said that it was an organization, and the people that ran it was, right, Diddy, KK, and all his security. And they said while the names of the security changed, the fact that it was security, those were their lieutenants. And then they said that everybody else was just their stupid, dumb foot soldiers who were just happy to be there, who, even though they didn't even know that they were participating in a RICO, they were doing everything they could to make sure that RICO stayed 100%. And then, and what was like one of the most striking things, they literally showed a chart of all his security, and it was like all his security people, and they were sitting there, and of course they had all the security looking grimy as hell, like literally, it looked like they'd been out in the sun for 10 hours, okay? But that's what they needed to do, and when you saw that, and when you saw what they said about what they did, you knew that they had them, okay? You guys, also, I'm going to put a link in this live. I'm going to be on ABC Live. Make sure that you guys, when you leave here, you jump into the live on ABC Live on YouTube and just let them know that Tisa sent you, okay? Okay, so they had that. And also, you know what was also a really gripping thing that happened in the court? They literally showed all 24 sex workers or entertainers, as they called, that Cassie had to sleep with. And it was so startling because they were like, this is just a portion of the sex workers that she had to actually sleep with. And just seeing those 24 men and knowing that there were hundreds more and that she had to do this hundreds and hundreds of times over the tenure, it really brought into focus that it 100% in no way could have been, in no way, shape, or form could have been forced labor. It was ridiculous. Anyway, they broke down the RICO. They said, y'all want to see what the RICO is? First, they explained what RICO was. Then they said, what's the racketeering? But they took a lot of time with the Combs Enterprise. They're like, I know everybody's talking about it's an enterprise, but it wasn't. They were like, it wasn't just Combs Enterprise. It was a violent organization. They talked about when they charged down with Suge Knight. They talked about when they had the AK-47s or whatever with the sawed off serial numbers. They bought up everything that they needed to do. I now see why they were so painstaking during the trial. And don't get me wrong, y'all know I think they did a great job on the trial. But one of the reasons they really, really took their time is because afterwards, for the close, they tied everything up in a neat bow. It was an excellent closing argument, and Diddy's team was sitting there looking stuck. Interestingly enough, Diddy and all his kids were there. Christian came very, very late, like the last part. But I mean, here's the thing. I thought it was a bold move for him to have his daughters there because they were describing all the disgusting stuff that he had done to Cassie and Jane. They started off with Jane, and then they ended with Cassie, okay? Cassie came after the lunch, and then they even talked about venue, saying, also, you got to find out all this happened in New York. But they told them how it happened. I'll walk you through it. But they started off with Jane saying the most disgusting things, and the daughters were sitting there. There was also Misa was there, Sarah Chapman was there. Oddly enough, I didn't see Dana Tran, but no, I don't think Dana Tran was there, but Quincy was there, Justin was there, all those people were there. Also, did y'all hear that Tony Bugby has new lawsuits against Diddy? Let's hope these ones can stick, right? But I guess, right. Oh, you know who else was there? Jane's lawyer was there, and Douglas Wigler was there. I think because he was maybe representing Cassie in theory. You know what I'm saying? CJ said, you're amazing. Thank you for the updates. Thank you. Also, Mahikan said, I was so worried about you when I got up at 5 a.m. West Coast time and didn't see anything but 8. I was running late. I filmed something with Nancy Grace, and then I was just running super, super late. And then I thought the judge was going to let us sneak out, and he literally put the iron doors back and was like, oh, you can't do that, So it's like we couldn't leave, and that's why I wasn't on there. Oh, also, Jez Blake. Oh, my God, thank you. I'm so proud of you. Thank you. Tanya Rich says, yes, girl, get it. So proud of you. Sorry about that. Let me know if I'm being in your way. Sorry. Tanya Rich, thank you so much. Also, Cody Code 39. Cody Code 39, thank you so much. You said, how's the defense team looking? The defense team was looking sad. Like, they were looking very sad. They were looking depressed. They were looking like they have a huge problem. They were having a huge problem. Also, who else is it? Let me just say thank you to a few people really quick. Oh, wait, I have to, wait, hold on, you guys. Let me put mute really quick, okay? Hold on. Look what we have. I know you recognize her. We got ABC in the house. Wait, do the newscaster voice. Do the newscaster. What's going on? Wait, no, do the newscaster voice. I'm a legal analyst. Listen, I will say one thing. ABC. I'm sorry, ABC. ABC, girl. ABC. Sorry. Diddy made me do it. Listen, I will say ABC got the best looking legal analysts out there. Look at you can move, Brian, but not. Look at this spot. Listen, they got the best looking staff. They literally look. And guess who's going to be a daddy for the second time? Congratulations, best husband out there. Okay. So yeah. We are ABC. ABC, the Diddy. Diddy made me do it. We are definitely ABC. All right. We good? Yeah, I'll get it. It's my fault. He's been suffering me. Here, how about this? Okay, there we go. Yes. Okay, so Cody Coe said, how's the defense team looking? The defense team was looking really, really bad. Listen, prosecutors wanted him to think they was helping. Thank you so much. They said prosecutor wants us to think they're helping. They did, and guess what? It worked because I was even not doubting the prosecutors, but I'll tell you what, I was super, super nervous. But that's because I was like, if this man ain't found guilty, I'm going to have to get in an Uber and just leave the country. Call it a vested interest. But no, prosecution came out there. And when I say they laid it out, they dotted the I's. There's no one out there that can't say they don't know what RICO is.
Mm-hmm.
They don't see the enterprise. They don't see what Diddy was actually doing. And Diddy, his body language, when he first got in there, he was like, I'm walking on sunshine. And as it goes, he kept, like at first he was even looking at the jury with a little half smile. By the end of it, he was just looking like straight. He was just looking straight. But then part of it is, they were talking about him being an absolute demon. So I was like, what is the move to do? You can't say you got a message. You can't leave the room. So I guess you just have to look straight and just pray that it ends very, very soon.
Yeah, you better start praying, baby.
Literally.
You better start praying.
Again, I'm just super impressed and super happy.
You don't even feel bad.
And I heard.
I don't know why I feel like laughing.
Maureen Comey is going
baby, they're not going to come over here.
Prosecution just went. Defense is
especially the ones, I don't know why. Why they be acting like they don't know the law?
And Maureen Comey is the one that's supposed to be the last word. And y'all know I am a big fan of Maureen Comey. I love her style. I love what she does. So I'm really excited as to how Maureen Comey is actually going to flip this. Oh, really quick, you guys, okay? Hold on, really quick.
Shout out to T.
Tana Rich, thank you so much. Cody Cole already answered that. Defense was looking stuck. Kelly said prosecutors wanted him to think they was helping. Yeah, they thought.
They knew they couldn't.
Reese, thank you so much for the super chat.
That's why they kept doing all of that unnecessary
amazing
mistrial stuff.
And also, D Princess said it's over for Diddy.
I'm just now being able to eat. Krista, can you believe that?
Closing was everything it needed to be. And I was so grateful that it even happened. That closing was everything it needed to be. Yadira Morales says, hope when Diddy appeals the courts, tell him for what?
Appeal
exactly.
what?
You told the judge she did a great job. Full circle moment. Exactly. I know he's sitting mad. You know what we'll say? When Diddy stood up yesterday and said, yeah, I think you're doing a great job. I literally had to roll my eyes because I said, even in this, you still think you're running stuff. Sir, you were on the other side. Did you expect the judge to fangirl and be like, oh my God, Diddy said I was doing a great job? That is something someone would have said pre-Cassie. Mashed Potato said, how did the defense react today? Again, they did not look happy. They were sitting to, and honestly, I think that they were really, really nervous about the way the jury was taking notes and the way the jury was taking everything. Also, if you guys are wondering, I'm at ABC. I'm going on ABC Live. I'll try to put
Lord,
I'm not. If not, go to ABC.
I need to sit down and try to eat.
When I end this live stream, and make sure you let them know that you're here from TISA. Just please do me a favor and do that. But the defense, again, I don't think the defense.
They know. They better know that people are coming over there because of her.
Honestly, I was actually surprised at how much the jurors were like really, really connecting. Even the ones that I felt were very skeptical, they were in there and they were connecting. And that's all you need to go, because like the prosecution pointed out over and over again,
I told them once they get them instructions, it's a wrap, baby.
That's all you need. Also, Honeybee Therapy, thank you so much for.
Once they get them instructions, it's going to be no ifs, ands, and buts about it.
Diddler like a rotisserie chicken. They already have. Now they just carving them up. B. Will said, great job. We're so proud of you. Thank you so much. 1 second. So, yeah, it was a mess. Hold on, guys.
Let me try this again. Put some food in my mouth, Lord.
Somebody's got to be ready at 5:30, right? Who's got to be ready at 5:30?
Okay, Lolo 601, thank you so much. Andrea Shad, thank you so much. Miss PG 807, welcome to the family. Oh, also Artist Fleetwood said thank you for all your hard work. It's been a real pleasure watching you through the whole trial. I appreciate all the time. Thank you for all your hard work. It's been a oh, thank you, Artist. Listen, Artist, it's not over. When we go into deliberation next week, first of all, we got to cover the Fat Joe trial, and there's a bunch of other stuff going on. Well, not the trial, but the paperwork. But even after that, I'm gonna tell you, all next week, I'm actually gonna have legal analysts and whatnot and attorneys on my channel so they can actually give you their opinion on what's been happening. Jupiter said, Tisa, your parents raised you well. Proud of you. Oh, thank you. That's probably my mommy's burner account. My dad's. Pete said, oh my God, I was so worried about you. Love from the UK. Yeah, I was trapped in the courtroom. Misha Peralt said, closing statement gave me chills. The six-pack is not playing. Hashtag to that. Mindy 8 said, Tisa, you've been to make us proud at ABC. Thank you. And Carol Brooks, thank you so much for the super chat.
And he thought he was going to have a party.
Looking gorgeous as usual. Love you, cutie. Good
They
luck.
was planning a welcome home.
Jess Blake, thank you so much for the thing. And Kat said,
victory party.
And SB said, when does Marine go
You're going home,
sometime
all right.
Friday.
Straight to
She's supposed to go
prison.
last sometime Friday, but knowing the way the defense is playing, it might actually be Monday. Who knows? It might actually be Monday.
Oh,
Because the defense is going out of their way to just slow walk everything. But they have the floor tomorrow, and I wouldn't be surprised if they moved them to something else. NL Gas 4 said, don't be nervous regardless of the final outcome. You did a great job. Are you insane? I want that mofo to go down.
So I always put it on, you know, like a palette. So and I did. I think you realize that
Hold on, guys.
they give you stuff, but they don't give you
NJL.
Is it today?
Okay.
No. Yeah. Come in. Go, Shauna.
Somebody said, who said that? NJL said, believe me, he has probably set up something with Donald Trump. I do not think Trump is going to touch that man or pardon him.
Nah, I got something.
Said, more money, more problems. Bye-bye, dealer. Exactly. Helena said, oh my God, Helena, thank you for the super chat. And 1 second, guys. Okay, so Chrysler Hastings said, you did fabulous, Tisa. It's our job bringing us all the news. You'll need to celebrate after all this is over. I'm going to get to double work. I wish you great success. Looking forward to hearing that he's going to be stay locked up for a long time. Me too. CJ said, I also just became a member the other night. Thank you, because you are amazing at telling the truth and getting things done. Thank you so much.
Because it is definitely a lot of people out there lying.
Your work ethic is also nice to get a view off of Diddy's demeanor. Thank you. Again, Diddy's demeanor seemed like he was like going to be the happiest person in the world. And then he just kept getting more and more and more sad. Mindy Broha said, yeah, I'm going to miss hearing you say that after all this is done. You guys, this is not a going away party. There's going to be plenty of...
They went from charges being dropped to, oh, Lord, it's a wrap. They got excited. They believe they own hype, didn't they? They believe they own lie. That's what happens when you're a narcissist.
Especially that Fat Joe mess.
That fake propaganda. Okay. Whew.
Okay, so I'm actually thinking about covering the Idaho 4 trial, the Luigi Mangione trial. Maybe the Southern District of New York, you have to wait in line, but I've heard Luigi Mangione just has like 1 million fangirls. Let's see, what else is going on? Iris M. Chrysler, thank you so much. And Nancy Bamudi's Gamble said, Tisa, I just bought rotisserie chicken. I hope I forgot that comment. Love you, girl. Thank you so much. Oh, also really quick, the high rise said, oh my God, I couldn't find you. I was having a Tisa attack. No, I was in the court listening to all the arguments. I didn't want to chance it. And M. Mitchell, thank you so much. Welcome to the family. Angela Lim said you're looking good already. I'm praying it goes down. Yes, he goes down. Love for you, Kate. Listen, I'm going to sleep so easy tonight. I don't see how he can come back on this. They at least have him on, at least when it comes to predicate, they at least have him on 4 charges. And you only need 2 to convict with RICO. And I do believe the way they explained with the SMEX trafficking, I really do think that they got him. I really do. Oh, also, Don Vicky Wilson said, I was also worried about you all day. You're spoiled going live early morning. Sorry, y'all. I had to do the Nancy Grace thing early in the morning, so I didn't have time. And Paula Flores said, free Brian. Who's Brian?
Good.
See you, Brian.
I did. Okay. Why, you don't see it? You want more?
Okay. Okay, so let's get into this, all right? You guys, don't forget that in just like 20 minutes, I'm going to be going on ABC Live. Make sure you go to their YouTube channel. I'm going to try to get a link, but make sure you go to their YouTube channel and show some support for your girl, okay? Please make sure you do this, okay? So anyway, you guys, listen. Also this weekend, don't forget, we're going to be on Verdict Watch. We're going to have legal analysts on. We're going to be doing
that's
the damn
pretty.
thing. And also forget, we're going to start covering like the funny gossip again. And also what's going on with that Fat Joe case? Because I don't know, if Diddy falls, I feel like Fat Joe's going to be the first to fall. You see Rock Nation is already pushing themselves away from anything dealing with Fat Joe, like anything dealing with Fat Joe. So I don't know. We are going to have to see. We are going to have to see. So what else happened? Tonight I'm going to go live and get the dramatic. Don't worry. I'm going to relay my edges down. Don't you worry about a thing. The edges will be laid down again. Don't worry. Not that much, like 8,400.
Oh, I thought you said not that
Yeah. No, but it's not. Tell your friends to get into this live, please. But you guys, don't forget, I will be on ABC Live. So when I get off here, go to their YouTube channel. Just type in ABC, and you will see me talking. What's that? ABC News Live. ABC and then news and then live. Usually I have a link. There should be a link that I can put in the description box that y'all can just go and click in. And that way you don't have to search. But if not, just do me a favor and do the search bar. ABC News Live. And I'll be on there. And make sure you guys show out in the chat and show some support and share it. I'm sure I'll be saying something interesting like, Diddy's dead. And y'all be sitting there like, oh, God, Tisa, make a sentence. But yeah, getting back to this closing, and I'm going to do the dramatic reinterpretation of the closing, like later on tonight when I'm there. It is amazing. Again, you guys, tomorrow I'll be out there early again, and I will go live from the courthouse steps. I actually have to because the judges made a rule that you're not allowed to go live early. You're not allowed to, what am I saying? You're not allowed to leave the courtroom once you're in there. You're locked in. Okay, so you guys, listen. Let me get out of here. But don't forget, ABC News Live. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. Let me get out of here. I'll see you guys soon. Okay, bye.
Okay, let's get back. Hold on. We'll get back to Nick.
He hid her in hotels to heal and not be seen. You saw photos of D-Rock, Rube, Polly. They knew. It says he attacked her for attending Prince's party until Prince's security intervened.
Right.
Mia and Maya Morales described the abuse to you. Cassie told you when she got to the house, he threatened to release the tapes. He assaulted her in Jamaica. He beat her up in Vegas while she was curled up under the toilet. She said,
oh, wow. You hear that?
There was his assault in the Intercontinental Hotel caught on tape. For
Did
Cassie,
you hear that?
it was her normal. She was there, and he attacked Mia, Deontay Nash, and Vanna. Vanna may have gotten the date wrong, but she had gotten injured, okay? One time, he has Cassie hold his guns for him. The diner and Suge incident. Cassie was in the house. she saw what happened when he left to go to the diner and pack the heat to try to confront Suge. She knew that violence can happen. They said, so you want to ask why didn't she leave? MEMPHIS explained that hitting leads to fear, okay? Because a lot of people are like, oh, well, you know, he didn't lock her up in chains and he didn't have her bound and hogtied. And they're letting you know that you can be in a mental prison from fear, okay? Right. They're saying that just because you're not tied up and bound doesn't mean that you're not scared for your life to do the wrong thing. They were showing that she had fear and she was scared. Now, in addition to that, it said that even when Cassie was in South Africa, she could not get away. KK kept calling. D-Rock was loyal only to the defendant. He played both sides. He talked to Cassie and then he reported it back to the defendant. She is about to ice up. I told her to chill out. They met for dinner in Malibu. Then he R-worded her on the living room floor. She said no. She cried, but he didn't take no for an answer. He R-worded her. He wrote in a text message and said, I can tell I didn't turn you on yesterday. That is him trying to dumb down the fact that he took her cookie box, okay? They're like,
and
even
he
though
knew it
he
wasn't
didn't
gonna
say,
be
hey,
good.
I R-worded you, are you okay? That was him trying to let her know, well, you know, I know that, you know, it didn't go like, you know, it's supposed to go. That was him explaining or trying to apologize for just taking it. Now, it said, because of the trauma bond after the R situation, she met him at a friend's party and then had a consensual encounter with him. All right. So after the consensual encounter, they said that is because of a trauma bond. So he R-worded her and then she had a consensual situation after. It says he had, it says he had an MO, an hours-long performance. He whacked his wanker and sometimes filmed just like with Jane. It says sometimes the defendant told escorts to urinate on her. Sometimes he urinated himself. Why turn himself? They said why? To turn himself on. So they're like, he was peeing on her because that made him excited. Not because she got anything out of it. That was something that made him feel some type of way. It said, they're gonna try to share with you guys the text messages of Kathy where she texted him and wrote, I love our freak-offs when we both want it. They said, this is not an all or nothing situation. There were times he knew she didn't want to do it. That is S-trafficking. She obviously didn't want to have an escort urinate in her mouth while she lay on the floor. And then they said, let's talk about the videos. You've seen clips. You don't see weapons, but you see her having a shaboing session. She's DJing her Kuda box. Ooh, my skirt about to fly up. Good Lord. It is blowing out here. Child, my skirt almost blew up. But anyways, they said in the freak off videos, you see that she was DJing her cookie box. You see that she was what else? Oh, where was I at? Okay, they said you see her having hanky panky. You see her DJing her cookie box. The defendant is moving the camera around at times, and he focuses on the escort and not Cassie at all. It was clear that this was about his fantasy, not Cassie's. Okay, so they're saying, listen, while he had a beautiful woman laid up next to him, he was focusing his video on the man.
Didn't I tell you all that?
The man is the one that he was
Didn't I tell y'all that?
to do these you. It says, the March 5th, 2016 Intercontinental Hotel video. Before the Intercontinental Hotel, Cassie had a premiere. It was a big night for her. She agreed to do a freak off as damage control. Look at this. She says, I don't want you thinking I don't want to. She knows the defendant won't take no for an answer. The defendant gets Jules to come, and then you know what happens after that. An argument with the defendant. He hits Cassie in the face. All she can think about is her premiere. So she takes off her shoes, and they begin to show the Intercontinental video. So as they're going over the events of the Intercontinental video where she was assaulted, the family is coming out right now. Y'all want me to try to get it? It's gonna be too much to get over there. Y'all see it. But anyways, let's continue. All right, so it says the defendant gets Jules to come. You know what happens. An argument. The defendant hits Cassie in the face. All she can think about is her premiere. She takes off without her shoes.
She did not like my newscaster voice. What I heard.
Are you going up there to get the family? Oh, he said, I got to make sure my line sit is doing what he got to do. Okay, ma'am, they love you over here. Everybody's coming. James, you know it's a media circus over there. You want to say hi to the people?
Hey, everybody, please make sure to follow me on all social media platforms at James R. Sanders. That's James, Jamesr Sanders. And please follow me on my YouTube channel because I am trying to monetize and get just like this queen, Nick at Night, period.
Okay, period. Oh, wait, 1 second, just real quick. Did you think the prosecution did a good job? And this is James. He is also a writer for S3X as well.
Essence. I'm also a writer for NBC, HuffPost, and Vogue magazine. I think that the prosecution was mediocre.
Really?
Yeah, not hot, not cold. I'm really looking forward to what the defense does. I think that they are well worth the money, including and especially Brian Steele and Nicole Westmoreland. I think that throughout this trial, they've not been given enough opportunity and space to shine. And I'm hoping that tomorrow we'll get to see more. But from what I hear, Mark Agnifilo is going to be handling.
Oh, he's not really that good.
And yeah, he's a little dry.
Yeah, I don't like his delivery.
Yeah, like bread with no butter. Mm-hmm. So time will tell.
All right, I don't want to hold James up. Thank you for stopping by. He is definitely somebody to follow, but Mark Agnifilo is not a good person to deliver anything. He is a snooze fest for sure. This is the superstar right here. You want to say hi to the people?
Yeah.
Look, I gotta go.
I'm going to a comedy show today, but we're gonna do a stream. You got your whole computer out.
Yeah, I got.
Are you hungry, Pastor Mike? I don't know really what to say.
Did you think the prosecution did a good job?
Tune in to my gosh.
You can't tell your whole spiel, your whole talking points.
It was good. This arm, this bicep is really doing what it needs to do. Yeah, I think that they did a fantastic job today, honestly.
Do you think that it was better than mediocre, or?
I think it was good, but I just this case, it just goes so left and right. Like they'll be doing that, and then tomorrow, you know, the defense will do a drop kick out of nowhere.
Right.
And have us gagging, but I feel like it's gonna be hard to do. So we'll see.
All right, he's gonna leave all his talking points for his stream, but that's our mind, y'all. All right, so let me get back to where I was to tell y'all. Like I said, it's a lot going on out here. Everybody who has been covering the Diddy trial is out here, and it is a media circus over there. When I tell you it's a media circus, it is literally a media circus. Now, I think the prosecution did a good job at laying out the facts as it pertains to Cassie. I think as it pertains to Cassie, I don't think there's any ifs, ands, or buts about it. I think that it is clear. Oh, excuse me. Oh, did you lie? Oh, okay. I was trying to get another guy, but never mind. Go ahead.
No, I was going to tell you to talk, but you lied. Okay. I was trying to get another guy to tell y'all their opinion, but I think as it pertains to Cassie, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. For the people who say, "Oh, she was complicit," "Oh, she wanted it," "Oh, it's a lifestyle," you have to look at all of the nuances in between. If you can't see how Cassie was a victim, I don't know what to tell you. Now, as it pertains to Jane, and the force by fraud for her, I don't really see them getting that. But I think that Cassie for sure. Now, when people come in your comments and they say bias reporting just means you're not reporting to what I think. That's literally only what bias means. I'm reporting based off of what was presented in court and what I determined from what I saw, per my opinion, because you have your biased opinion, okay? Bias only means to certain people, you don't think like me and you're not going with the narrative that I believe, okay? Right. That's what it means to some people. But anyways, per
you don't
what
believe
I
they
think
lie.
from what they showed in court, when it comes to Cassie, it is point straight and to the point. Now, when it comes to Jane, it gets a little muddy and it's like, girl, you just a different story. You was 35 when you started. You already had a rapper that was in the industry as your baby daddy. You was already a person who was in the industry and you already had resources outside of him, and there was not like a career that he had over your head. It was just a funky hold on, let me fix this real quick. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Because we're gonna fix this just like that. Okay, boom, just like that. That should be fixed. Now, anyways, let's get back to the goings-ons that was reported today. Let me pull it back up so we can get back to where we were. All right. So it says, okay, before the Intercontinental Hotel, Cassie had a premiere. Hold on, wait. Did I read that already? Right. We got to keep the bots out. All right, so it says, before the Intercontinental Hotel, Cassie had a premiere. It was a big night for her. She agreed to a freak off as damage control. They said, look at this. She says, I don't want you thinking I don't want to. She knows the defendant won't take no for an answer.
Right.
The defendant gets Jules to come. You know what happens after that. An argument happens. The defendant hits Cassie in the face. All she can think about is her premiere, so she takes off without her shoes. So after that, they started showing the video of, who's this?
So it was Jules that was at Intercontinental when she was getting beat up. So did Jules go tell him? Cause how did
Is that me, sir?
How did he know so quick that she
I don't know who that is. Anyway, sorry, I'm trying to be nosy and see who's getting escorted out and all that. It's a lot. Okay, let me focus on y'all. It's a lot going on. So anyways, so they started showing the video of the Intercontinental situation where she was dragged and hit and all of those things. What is going on?
Oh,
okay.
Come on now.
I just gotta make sure it ain't nothing crazy going on. It's a lot of ruckus, sounding like arguing and all kind of stuff. So they showed the video of the Intercontinental, and they says he kicks her and then drags her back to the room where Jules is waiting. Why is the dragging relevant? Because Jules is there. Freak-offs have multiple sessions. They were in between a freak off session. He leaves her, but he takes her bag. And as he's walking away, he's thinking that she's going to follow, but she didn't follow him. So he goes back after her. It says, instead of Cassie using the phone in the elevator lobby, the defendant is making another conscious decision to take the bags into the room, then come back for Cassie with his hands free. He grabs her phone and then he makes the decision to stay. He stays even though he is in a towel and looks ridiculous. After Flores arrives, he stalls in the hall. He knows Jules is still in the room, probably naked. The defense claims he took back drugs that day, but you can see he is the one in control. So all the while they were saying this, they were playing the video and they were giving a play-by-play of what was going on in that moment. They showed how Diddy started walking towards the room, and then as he started walking towards the room, he kind of stopped and right before the door and was talking to the security to kind of give Jules, who's in the room, a heads up. It says he was in control. Cassie just wanted to get her bag and phone and leave. The defendant offered Flores money. This is the photo of Jane in the car back to her house with sunglasses on, and she has a black eye. So after they said that, they showed Cassie with the sunglasses on. You can see above her eye, it was swollen, and you can see that she was beaten up. Okay, even though she had big glasses and a hoodie on. It says the defense, and it says he was using Cassie, this situation to force her back to a freak off. It says the defense may tell you the violence was not connected to the freak offs, but it was an attempt to get Cassie to continue with the freak off later. She wrote him and she said in a text message, "I'm not a rag doll. I'm someone's child." There were freak offs in New York with Daniel Phillip. And it says Daniel Phillip was not paid for his time. This is a ridiculous argument. In one freak off between sessions, the defendant told Cassie to come in the bedroom. She kept using the computer. The defendant threw a bottle. He dragged her and then he slapped her. Daniel Phillip heard Combs yell, "B, when I tell you to come here, you come here." After that, Daniel Phillips could not perform. He couldn't get his Jimmy up. He said, "But a completed act is not required for S trafficking. This is S trafficking." So they're saying, listen, he beat her to come back so that she can hunch on Daniel. But after Daniel heard that he was whooping her tail, when it came time for her to get in the mood, she came out and she started rubbing baby oil on him and trying to get in the mood. His wanker wouldn't get up. All right. So after his wanker wouldn't get up, Diddy and them ended up letting him go and letting him leave. And they're like, just because his wanker didn't make it and rise to the occasion, that does not mean that she was not okay? They said that this is still an example of S trafficking. So it was a lot of good, juicy intel going on. Now,
hold on.
Let me make sure we get in some power. Okay. All right. I have to.
Just in the first night, talking and relaxing. Now she says initially contact just damn near. They're gonna try to go after as soon as they get a verdict on Diddy, a guilty verdict. I believe they're gonna try to come after anybody else in his family who they can, bro. I'm just gonna tell you this right now, man. I truly believe that that's what it seems like they're gonna try to do. Because I told you guys, as soon as, and watch what I tell everybody that's listening to this video. I told y'all this the other day. As soon as Diddy is found guilty, I promise you guys this. If y'all thought that it was already all these allegations,
he just got hit with a charge too.
Do you know how many more people are gonna come out brave enough now if this man is found guilty, when he's found guilty,
Do you know what's going to happen? It's going to be a tsunami, and I'm going to tell y'all why. Anybody who have any type of evidence is going to get paid. Because if Diddy's already been found guilty in a federal court of law, that is going to make
automatic.
That is going to make the process
restitution
of the civil cases easier.
So that restitution.
That's why all the civil cases from Tony Busby and all these people have been pushed back because they're waiting on the criminal case. Because the criminal case is benefit of, the criminal case is basically you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did it. Civil case, man, you just gotta civil case is just damn near proving just liability, man. Let me give y'all an example. O.J. Simpson was acquitted for murder in a criminal case, but he was found guilty, right, in a civil case, right?
And,
now,
and when he went to go get that property.
Now, O.J. Simpson's situation was different because he didn't have a federal case. He didn't have a racketeering case. So the feds and the government cannot seize his assets like that. Diddy, if Diddy's
they did seize his assets. Which he will be. That's why he went to prison.
They're going to seize
trying to go and get
assets, even if his mom.
Now, I don't know if I can listen to you because what you're saying ain't true.
From Diddy, and were anywhere involved in any criminal activity they can pin to, they're going to take all that shit, no matter who got it. But what happens is this: those assets that are taken are not just stolen. What's happening is those assets, whether it be money, whether it be homes, whether it be the business, Bad Boy, all these companies, what they do is they take the money and the proceeds from those assets and they pay all of the victims who win civil lawsuits against Diddy. So this is why you're going to see all these people coming out with new allegations that were afraid to come forward. Some people may be capping, but a lot of people who are afraid are really going to come forward. Now, let me say this to y'all. Diddy's son is in the mix now, man. And this is bad, y'all. Diddy's son, Justin Combs, is now being accused by a woman of basically kidnapping her. Now, she says, according to the reports, him and his father, Diddy, allegedly lured her to Los Angeles to gang R-word her. Now, according to the reports from TMZ, Diddy and his son, Justin Combs, lured a woman to Los Angeles with the promises of getting her a job in entertainment. But when she arrived in LA, she was kept in a house for days and ended up being R-worded by multiple men, including Diddy, at least according to her allegations in this new lawsuit. Now, in this new suit, it was obtained by TMZ. The woman claims that Justin Combs, son of Sean Diddy Combs, initially contacted her through Snapchat in 2017. And they messaged back and forth, with the woman eventually sending Justin photos at his request. She says after she sent Justin these photos, Justin offered to fly her out to LA for the weekend. Now, she said she was interested in working in the entertainment business and told Justin as much in their conversations that they had. And she claims that Justin told her that a trip to Los Angeles would help her potential career, telling her that if she came, he would get her a job using his and his father's famous connections. Now, in the lawsuit, she's claiming that she flew to LA in April of 2017. A driver picked her up in a black SUV and drove her to a house in Beverly Hills. She says she stayed at the house with Justin the first night, talking and relaxing. Now, she says to her surprise, they didn't leave the house Saturday either. And when she asked if they were ever going to leave, Justin said nope. Now, the woman claims that Justin offered her liquor and marijuana on Saturday, and she believes that the marijuana was laced due to the effect it had on her. She says Justin then offered her and made her take various pills, or what you call poppers, right? Now, in the suit, she claims that after they consumed multiple drugs, 3 other men showed up to the house with masquerade masks. Now, she said one of the men were Diddy, who she says recognized by his stature and mannerisms. Now, she said that Justin referred to him as Pops. Now, the woman claims that she was taken upstairs to a bedroom where she was told, you better let this happen or else. And she says that each of the 3 men took turns R-wording her and her boo-boo, right? And in her mouthpiece while she was drugged and incapacitated. Now she says that the brutal gang, you know what, R-word, went from Saturday night to at least the middle of Sunday. And she says on Monday, she was then taken back to an airport and dropped off. She says during the weekend and afterwards, Justin held over her head the possibility of a job in TV, as well as photos she sent to him on Snapchat. Now the woman is suing Diddy and Justin for sexual assault, battery, gender violence, and more. And she's going after them for damages, right? Now, again, y'all boy is back in the mix. One of Donald J. Trump's biggest donors, Tony Busby, is her lawyer. Now, she's apparently presented enough evidence to where they're bringing forth this case. And I'm going to tell y'all something, man. These cases going to court. These cases going to court. You said you're sorry. Where is the boo-boo? Where does boo-boo come out of? You ask, where's the boo-boo? Where does boo-boo come out of? Right? So you got 3 holes, right? Right? You got your mouthpiece that they said. She said that Diddy was in there. You got the other hole, and then you got the boo-boo hole. She says that they did her in the boo-boo hole and in the mouth hole. Period. I mean, you don't understand that? So I'm just letting you know what it is, right? So, well, yeah, then you got the 2 holes in your nose, but ain't nobody doing that, like I said before. But yeah, as I said to y'all, this is a situation that's going on. Man, this is absolutely disgusting, man. And I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. You know, Diddy, bro, this bad news, but now they got his sons locked into this. Like, and that's the thing I think y'all gonna start seeing. A lot of other, this is the reason why, and this is very important, y'all. Why didn't nobody get on the stand from Diddy's family as character witnesses? If all these people were around Diddy, why did nobody from Diddy's family get around and say, no, I witnessed this, these people are lying? You know why? Cross-examination.
Absolutely.
Cross-examination.
Wow, I saw that about Jason.
Cross-examined. Listen, I'm gonna tell you.
Didn't I just talk about that last night?
No cross-examination
about the kids, or yesterday about
that could have testified for him. The fact
the bad seeds and that his son. So now Justin and Kristen got a case
and do an investigation into things you may say.
They are product of the environment.
Risk go up there and get themselves indicted with it. And I'm being honest with y'all. Ain't nobody doing you think who y'all think getting up there? Who y'all think getting up there? To the person who says not even Gene Deal. Well, Gene Deal technically couldn't get up there because the timeline wasn't the timeline Gene Deal was working with Diddy. See, y'all got to get y'all facts right.
Right.
The timeline that the feds are charging Sean Diddy Combs, Gene Deal was not working for Sean Diddy Combs at that time.
Right.
You have to look at the indictment. That's why Gene Deal, his testimony would not have been relevant to that time.
But people just...
Because Gene Deal was not working during the time of Diddy's indictment. Right. Go look at Diddy's indictment and look at the timeline that Gene Deal worked for Diddy. Know your stuff before you just come on trying to throw a dude under the bus and say crazy stuff. That's why everybody keeps talking about, hey man, why Gene ain't saying nothing about this? Why he ain't up there? Bro, what is Gene gonna say if it's not during this timeline? It has not. If you don't have anything inside of that timeline where the feds are charging him, this is the reason why. And I'm gonna tell y'all something else too, and I got a bad feeling, bro. Everybody they named today, after Diddy is found guilty, I believe they're going to get all of them. And I'm talking about in that direct circle. And I feel bad because they named Bonds. Now, here's the reason why.
I told them that they was not.
I don't think they called Bonds as a witness because Bonds has a criminal history.
But he was subpoenaed though. He was subpoenaed.
Bonds, I believe, has been to prison before, and Diddy's legal team were tore into him.
But he was subpoenaed.
What you saw the government did, the government had 34 witnesses. But what they did was they avoided bringing any witnesses who had criminal backgrounds. Anybody who had criminal background, criminal history, any kind of question, they avoid bringing them. Because Diddy's lawyers would have automatically went off on them. They would have pulled this type of stuff up. So I hope they don't go pick up Bonds after this, but I got a bad feeling they're going to pick up Bonds because they said today that Bonds was a part of the enterprise. They're basically saying that today in court that Bonds was a co-conspirator.
Right, because
and I hate that because I like Bonds, but you know what I'm saying? That's they said in court today, man. They named Bonds, they named Paulie, they named Fahim, they named D-Rock, they named Christina Corum. These are all the people who the feds are naming that did not take plea deals. And everybody keeps saying, well, why is Diddy the only one going down? He's not. All those other people were indicted.
Didn't I say this yesterday,
Chris? What Diddy didn't do. Diddy had a chance to take a plea deal.
Didn't I say that?
Let me tell y'all why Diddy didn't take a plea deal. It was not about the years. Everybody keeps saying, oh, Diddy didn't take a plea deal. No, Diddy didn't take a plea deal because he didn't want to forfeit his assets. If Diddy would have took a plea deal, he would have pled guilty to the RICO and forfeited all his money, all his assets. Bad Boy, Combs Global, all that. By Diddy going to court, Diddy is taking a risk by trying to be found not guilty under the RICO so they cannot take his assets. That means all of his assets, things he may have moved in his mama's name, all that stuff. The feds come and get all that after he found guilty of the RICO. That's the part y'all don't understand. That's why Diddy didn't want to take no plea deal. That's why everybody talking about you might be working on a plea right now. He ain't working on no plea. Because any plea deal, the feds are going to take all his assets. That means Diddy ain't going to have no more money. All his assets going to be dried up.
Well, what do you think going to happen now?
He's in prison right now with no money. When they hit you on these fed crimes, they take all your assets when they come for the RICO.
Well, he ain't going to have none now.
And people say, I ain't never seen a one-man RICO. R. Kelly was a one-man RICO.
He got to be a
This ain't a one-man RICO.
Krista, he got to be a T-Sipper.
In this case right now.
Because he's saying everything I said.
As soon as Diddy found guilty. And the reason why they did it this way, you guys, and this is me telling everybody right here, the reason why they did it this way, they did it this way because it's easier to get everybody else convicted after they get Diddy convicted.
Absolutely.
Once they get the head convicted, they're going to go after everybody else. Easy work.
Didn't I say,
what boy said of racketeering, now
they're going to get us all on the back end. I told you.
So we're going to be doing the same thing. If Christina Corum, because see, now they will have an opportunity to take a plea deal in their own individual cases.
They turned it down.
Cases. See what I'm saying? Now they're going to have to look at the evidence, which was, and I'm going to say this again. Here's why it was important for the people who took the plea deals to take them. They had to take them or they all was going to get prosecuted that didn't take them.
Sure.
Watch this, y'all. The people who took the plea deals and the people who took the plea bargains.
Which is also, hold on, the reason why they went in and removed those attempting this. I told you, y'all yesterday, that was the co-conspirators. All that attempting and aiding and abating and that was KK. I tried to tell you. So they did. He was the that was his kingdom. He was the king. He was Mustafa. He was the big guy. He was the boss. They did everything he said. So them other little minor, that he come on now. But they gonna get him. Oh, they gonna get him on the back end. Like Boosie said.
They are property of the federal government. What do I mean? Anytime the federal government needs them to testify, meaning Cassie, meaning Jane Doe, meaning George Kaplan, meaning David James, meaning
they are part of the state now.
Meaning all of them. Every last one of them who took immunity deals and plea bargains. Guess what, y'all? This ain't the last time y'all will see them.
Oh, they informants
the feds
now.
will call them, all of them that have relevancy, that are witnesses to other things, that name Christina Corum, that name D-Rock, that name, they will have to go to all these other trials and testify against these people as well. That's the reason, that is the exchange they get for immunity.
Right. You right.
So it's not just Diddy. Everybody keeps talking about Diddy. Christina Corum, once they get finished with Diddy, she's going to have her day. And we're going to be right here for it. They're going to nail her ass to the wall. Because they're gonna have all these people who testified. Y'all gonna see Cassie back in court again. All these people, because these people were co-conspirators. Everybody keeps thinking that Cassie was just victims. No, Cassie was a co-conspirator as well. Because regardless of what y'all think, even though Cassie was a victim, she committed crimes. So the fact that she committed crimes, Jane Doe committed crimes, right? That made them co-conspirators. That is why they needed to take plea deals, immunity deals, because they could have been prosecuted as well if they refused to cooperate. Depending on if the feds have criminal activity on Gina, she may be prosecuted. What do I mean by that? Everybody said, oh, Tiki, Gina may have been a victim. Well, here's the question. Do the feds have proof that Gina took or delivered drugs to Diddy? They could turn around and prosecute Gina for not saying nothing. If they want to. If she has any attachment to any of the criminal activity, this is the part people don't understand about the law. So all those people that testified in this case will be required, all of them, to testify in any case needed by the federal government going forward. So let me say this, right? Anybody who testified in this case that may have any knowledge of money being passed or anything, if they come after them for money laundering or anything, they'll have to go back to court and be subpoenaed again, and they have to give testimony again, or their plea deal will be voided. That is the exchange for immunity. That is the exchange for plea bargaining. Is that basically the government owns your testimony. That's the part people don't understand. Now, how do you know these people are co-conspirators and they're going to be indicted? Look at your screen. They've named in the paperwork D-Rock as a co-conspirator, right? I've showed y'all different paperwork where they showed y'all unindicted co-conspirators, people who were hidden that will be unhidden, right? That will be unsealed. They have what you call sealed co-conspirators. Why is that? They sealed the co-conspirators to trick Sean Diddy Combs. Why would they do that? Because they don't want Diddy to know who's testifying against him and who ain't.
Right.
The one person Diddy knew that was not testifying against him for sure was Christina Corum. How do we know that? Because her and Diddy got one of the same lawyers. So he knew she wasn't going to testify. He knew she was going down with the ship. Right? So all of these things that we're telling y'all, you guys have to think about. But read right there on the yellow line. It says D-Rock statements are admissible as a co-conspirator statements made in furtherance of the conspiracy. So they're naming D-Rock again, right? Mr. Butler, that's D-Rock, right? D-Rock's name is Damian Butler. Butler is a putative racketeering co-conspirator. They've already lined him up in the RICO. This is the part. See, this is why, like buck dancing, non-deodorant wearing funky dudes like Bookman who sit and spit all day and pass gas on the sofa and fart and all this other stuff and burp. This is why these dudes don't know nothing. They don't read paperwork. They don't understand paperwork. They're not going to take the time to read a 100-page filing. They're not going to do it. They just going to come on YouTube, oh, he ain't guilty, man. They setting him up, man. It's illegal, man. Okay, show me paperwork. Show me filings to back what you're saying. They don't have that. They just come on YouTube running their mouth. That's why I tell everybody, if somebody don't got paperwork to back up what they saying, don't even listen to what they got to say. When they say, hey, man, all these charges dropped, tell them to show you the paperwork where they drop charges.
I wasn't going, was I, Crystal?
I can show you paperwork and articles where they ain't dropped no charges.
No.
I can show it to you.
No.
Paperwork
and get out of here with that foolishness.
But these people don't want to listen. So they're going to learn the hard way.
Yeah, they want.
And then what they're going to do afterwards,
listen.
they're going to scream.
They're just being paid.
A lot of people don't even understand the law, yo.
Hold on.
They don't even know what breaking the law is. They don't understand what the law is. So they'll say,
I'm convinced he a T-sipper.
He just freaky. Nah, that's what they told you, nigga.
Hey, I hope you are.
They're showing you everything he did wrong by the law. And the problem is, if you guys keep misleading people, you will have people out here committing crimes, and when they get arrested, they be like, oh, but so-and-so told me on YouTube that this wasn't a crime. Yeah, you listen to that damn fool.
Mm-mm.
You didn't know the law because you didn't read it.
Let me see what she got.
Listen, first of all, I'd like to apologize to the prosecution. I don't know how I even lost a little
Oh, this is the same one.
Y'all, Diddy is done. And when I say he...
Okay, so it's playing old stuff. What is going on? Hold on. Nope, I was not going. Don't play with me. Don't even try that. Homie, don't play that. What is going on? Hold on. Homie, don't play that. And if you don't want me to hurt your feelings, you better go with that. You better. Where is that at over there? Hold on. Oh, okay, hold on. I'm trying to get to some more. Hold on, y'all. I dropped him now, so I'm trying to get back. Let me get to her. Hold on. I got some multi. He's sick. I know he's sick. Oh, yeah, let me hear them. Hold on. Let me hear them. Let me hear what they got to say. I tried to tell these people. And now all of a sudden his sons are getting hit with all these charges. Man, he ought to be ashamed of himself. He ought to be ashamed of himself, planting these type of seeds. Dang it, that was right there. Planting them type of seeds in his kids, and they thinking that they can get away with anything because of who the daddy is.
Just the ick factor and some of the horrible treatment of these women.
Let's see what they got to say.
Obviously, you've been on both sides, but courtroom, and he basically said, look, each side is getting 4 hours here, which, I mean, Stephen, just back to you on this. Is that a standard length of closing for a federal case of this magnitude? Because in state court, it's usually an hour, hour and 15. So people were really blown away by how long these closings are.
It's not atypical in these big mega trials. It is unique to most federal practice. I mean, there are jury consultants and maybe even psychologists could say, to try to keep an individual's attention past about 25, 30 minutes can be very difficult and challenging. When you're droning on for 3, 4, 5, maybe 8 hours, it's just natural for people to tune you out. So there are strategies that lawyers use in order to kind of wait the jury out on these long closings. But in the mega trials, it's not unusual. In the Theranos trials, each sides were taking whole days on their closing arguments. So it does happen.
And that's monstrous.
It was a lot of information, and it went on for too long.
And obviously, you've been on both sides, but the defense and Mark Agnifilo,
it went on for too long.
Very, very seasoned criminal
they
defense
didn't have
attorney.
A choice but to
there was
be
talk about whether
long.
It be him or this guy Brian Steele, who is Sean Diddy Combs' actual criminal defense attorney, and Brian Steele is a pit bull. So I think there were some conversations about, how do we approach this? Do we want super aggressive guy, Brian Steele,
get on your
Mark
knees.
Agnifilo, who's kind of the everyman, even though he is very shrewd, and I'm sure he'll rip your eyes out to win a case. Don't get me wrong. So he's on it. But Amy, to you, so closing arguments began basically right at 10 a.m. And again, it's U.S. Attorney Christy Slavic. And she says, it gives an opening line, essentially saying sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. She lays out these charges. And I'll say it again, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. You've covered, you've studied.
No attempt. None of that attempt aiding.
Covered a lot of cases, but how multi-layered is this case with the different elements here, including the sex trafficking, all the RICO stuff? There's so many different elements to it. From kind of a bird's eye view, is it overwhelming for a jury, do you think?
Yes.
Yes, and I think that was strategic to list it all like that. I don't think it was to overburden the jury, but I think it was to just show how many things are on the table here. You know, let's associate this man with this laundry list of awful things. And I think the wording was pretty interesting in the statements in general, like the use of, I think she says, foot soldiers, lieutenant. Like it just seemed like a lot of words that were used in the closing statements were purposely chosen to create this, you know, to support this narrative that he was really running this, you know, criminal enterprise. And I really wish there were cameras in the courtroom, because I think it really matters. I think one's affect, one's delivery. It's so hard to analyze anything in this case without being able to see the way, because I think closing statements, and I think jurors are going to respond a lot to the emotionality. And I know that a lot of videos were reshown, and that was obviously done as a way to, you know, elicit the emotion. Although I have to say, I think there might be a point where the jurors might be becoming desensitized to some of the horrific footage, because they keep seeing it so many times. And I'm wondering, you know, from a psychology perspective, you know, that happens. You know, you see something the first time and it's shocking, and then the more you see it, it just becomes a little less shocking. So,
but it's interesting she said that, because that's exactly what was going on with the females.
100%. And they, by the way, they showed the
that's what happens. I'm trying to cut this off for a second. It's very interesting she said that, because that is exactly what was happening to the females that he was pimping out. They became desensitized. And then that's why I kind of just said that old girl was like, well, hell, if I can't beat him, I might as well just join him. And I don't know why she loved him that much, but then you just kind of become conditioned. It's like, okay, well, let me go and just get that over with. That's kind of what was happening to them until it just kept going. And that's when Jane said, I feel like I opened the Pandora's box and I can't close it. You're right. You're right.
They showed the Cassie video once again today during closings. They also went through, I think there were 27 different escorts. They did kind of like a deck of cards with their headshots and showed the jurors all 27 of these escorts. Amy, just back to you. You're the expert on criminals here from Becky, Ireland. Nobody is safe if Diddy gets off. This is a great comment. Let me just expand it out.
Absolutely.
If he were to walk, and I'm not suggesting
no one will be safe,
but we've seen crazier things happen. Do you think he goes right back to his old ways? You think this is a cautionary tale for him? What happens?
Yeah,
that's a great question. Because we look at the purposes of punishment, right? So do we punish people to deter future behavior? Sure, that's part of it. But I think in this case, it would be more of what we call a general deterrent, where we're trying to deter the general population from bad behavior. So I think if maybe when he's convicted, I think that'll send a message that it doesn't matter how much money you have, you're not safe if you engage in this type of criminal behavior. I think he would be stupid to go back and engage in certain acts. Would he? I'm sure he would, but I think maybe he would be smarter with it. And by smarter, I just mean he would really have to look at his inner circle and who he's going to trust. And I think he would take a little time and not jump right back into it. But he's certainly somebody who has a history of offending, a very long history. And that
he had already said he was sorry.
But also he is a very smart man. And I think if he got off on these charges, I think he would know that he needs to keep a pretty low profile for a while.
Okay. So you still believe in Diddy?
Stephen, to you, and thanks for that, Amy. But so I just kind of want to go through kind of point by point, because there are no cameras and people have no real idea what's going on in there. And I read a lot of reporting, and obviously Lauren is coming on. There's apparently also quite a bit of tension in the air. And when they got to the topic of freak-offs, apparently Sean Diddy Combs was looking pretty shook, as they say. He was kind of rubbing his hands together, looking down, slinking down in his chair, and writing some kind of furious notes to his attorney. So we're going to get Lauren's take on that. I see her setting up in the background here, but I want to give her a minute to get ready. But Stephen, to you, the prosecutor, Christy Slavic, comes out and basically with an opening salvo beyond the listing of the charges says, Sean Combs does not take no for an answer, and goes on, and I quote here, at its core, it was sex trafficking, fueled by his power, wealth, and intimidation tactics. And again, just puts it out there in a full sentence. He doesn't take no for an answer. And she goes right into citing the abuse of Cassie Ventura back in 2016. And then talking about Jane in 2024. And some of the stuff with Jane, by the way, happened after the raids on his home. So in terms of putting together a narrative and punching this home for the jurors, is this what she needed to do? Come right out swinging like this and say, look, he doesn't take no for an answer. Boom, boom, boom. This happened. He beat up Cassie. He beat up Jane. This is why you need to convict him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a common strategy, a tactic. I think a lot of trial lawyers are taught that when they're young and starting out. In telling a story and presenting your case, you're really like presenting a drama. You know, who's the hero, who's the villain, and who's the victim in this story. And
Have you ever run a background check on yourself? Oh, that's so crazy. What else?
Chronicle Speaks. Number 29, we have been keeping up with this trial since day one. We got a break yesterday, and when I heard the word break, you only have to tell me once.
I'm not doing shit.
When we go on break, that's just what the fuck we do.
That's just what the fuck we do.
We break.
So now that we're back from break, let's recap trial day number 28 so we can jump into trial day 29. So day 28 of the Diddy trial was packed with emotion, explicit evidence, and high-stakes legal arguments. The court continued reviewing disturbing messages and video evidence between Diddy, Jane, and others. The jurors were shown more sealed videos and texts that the prosecutors say highlighted a pattern of SEX trafficking and coercion. Now, the defense, however, fought back hard. Diddy's attorneys introduced messages that they say prove Cassie participated in the freak-offs voluntarily, even initiated them, and requested intimate content from Diddy. The judge allowed some messages in, but sustained objections to others. Homeland Security agent Sarciello was questioned on the text threads and travel records, and more videos were played for the jury, although the public couldn't see them due to sealed screens. Now, the defense used this moment to argue that Jane's messages often appeared enthusiastic, undermining claims of coercion. Then came a major legal turn. Diddy's attorneys filed a Rule 29 motion, which is a routine request asking the judge to throw out the case due to insufficient evidence. They argued that there's no proof of a RICO conspiracy, no trafficking, no forced labor, and no intent behind any alleged crimes. They also claimed key witnesses didn't initially report abuse, weakening the government's case. In a moment of formality, Diddy stood before the judge and confirmed he would not be testifying in his own defense, thanking the judge for a job well done. And after that, the defense officially rested their case, and the prosecution confirmed they would not present a rebuttal. The jury was dismissed for the day and told to return on Thursday today for closing arguments, where each side will be given 4 hours to make their final case. The verdict is coming soon, and the stakes couldn't be higher. We are going to get into trial day 29 and so much more, but before we do, please be sure to subscribe to this channel and hit the bell for notifications so you don't miss out on any news regarding this case and so much more. Now let's get back into it. So the government submitted a letter on the 24th that had myself and other publications very confused, but let's get into it. So this document is a letter from the government to Judge Arun Subramanian, dated on June 24th, 2025, about the jury instructions in the federal criminal trial against Sean P. Diddy Combs. And here is a detailed breakdown of what the government is saying and why it matters. So why was this letter filed? The judge asked both sides sides to streamline jury instructions, which means to basically simplify them so they're easier to understand. The prosecution agreed to drop certain legal theories they no longer plan to pursue and proposed clarifying instructions for the jury on complex laws. So you have to think about it. These jurors are not legal experts. They're not law students. They didn't go to school for law, so you have to make sure that they're able to understand before they convict or let Diddy go. So what is the government dropping? Prosecutors say they are no longer pursuing attempted kidnapping under California and New York law, attempted arson like the alleged blowing up of Kid Cudi's car, and
Slow feed, why does Gene need to be on the stand? Why does Gene need to be on the stand? What you say? If you understand, they making this about no, they making it about racketeering. They making it about weapons. They making it about what is it? Forced work. They making it about a bunch of stuff. But this wasn't during Gene Deal's time frame. This was after he was no longer employed with Diddy. So this is, yeah, no. Why would he be on the stand if this was not his era? And freak offs are illegal when you pay for the freaks. So you don't know what you're talking about. Freak offs are illegal. You said they are not legal. The feds said they are. So which one should we follow? You or the feds? Slow feet. Do you make are you a lawmaker? Who are you? Because the feds say it is, and you can get up to life. So did you advise Diddy? Did you tell Diddy that it wasn't legal? I just need to know. Are you telling people that they can have freak offs and spend money on it? No. Are you giving that advice that it is legal to pay for freak offs? Is that what you're saying? Well, they were paid. They were paid. What are you talking about? Slow foot, I'm gonna have to take you out. I'm gonna have to, yeah, because you slow. I can't do with slow.
Aiding and
your name is right. My bad. I'm finna ignore you.
Removed
My
from
bad.
The final jury instructions, but let me clarify.
You slow.
Now the government argues that certain clarifications are absolutely
go get your money back,
so jurors don't get confused or misapply the law, especially because SCX trafficking and forced labor are complex charges.
Y'all the reason why Diddy finna go to life.
Even if Jane or Cassie had consensual SCX with Diddy at first, that doesn't mean later acts SCX trafficking and forced labor are complex charges.
Y'all need to listen with y'all good ear, because obviously y'all listen with your bad
which is a routine request asking the judge to
I bet you he ain't gonna be there. He gonna be there on the phone.
They argued that there's no proof
I bet
of
you he be there on the phone. I bet you
no forced
he
labor,
ain't gonna make
and no
it.
intent behind any alleged crimes. They also claim key witnesses didn't initially report abuse, weakening the government's case. In a moment of formality, Diddy stood before the judge and confirmed he would not be testifying in his own defense, thanking the judge for a job well done. And after that, the defense officially rested their case, and the prosecution confirmed they would not present a rebuttal. The jury was dismissed for the day and told to return on Thursday today for closing arguments, where each side will be given 4 hours to make their final case. The verdict is coming soon, and the stakes couldn't be higher. We are going to get into trial day 29 and so much more. Before we do, please be sure to subscribe to this channel and hit the bell for notifications so you don't miss
he just should have
out
came
on
out the damn closet.
Case and so much more.
He should have just came out the
So the
closet.
government submitted a letter.
He had already taken mail,
that had myself and other publications very confused. But let's get into
just
it.
came out
So
the
this
closet.
document
I
is
guess
a
you in that
letter
closet
from the
with him.
government to Judge Arun Subramanian.
Are you Meek Mills on the
dated
cool?
on June 24th, 2025. About
Are you Meek
Don't wear
Mills?
these perfumes if you
Are you DJ Academic for real on the cool in the closet? Are you his freak?
Everyone has been talking about all of these perfumes, but
the government.
Cause you all up in his ass. Cause you all up in his ass. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Baby, you better get your money. Are you paying for your college or your parents? Because they better go get their money. Because you giving ill advice. You like that other guy they say, crooked.
24th, 2025, about the jury instructions in the federal criminal trial against Sean P.
But hit the like button now.
And here is a detailed breakdown of what the government is saying and why it matters.
But hit the like button. And if you keep talking, you're going to have to send me a super chat or super sticker.
Which means to basically simplify them so they're easier to understand.
Let's be clear. You keep talking, you're going to need to put it on a super chat or super sticker. Oh, so you're an escort. Okay. Well, I'm finna suspend your opportunity to speak up in here unless you support my platform and put it on a super chat or super sticker. So I'm finna put you in time out because you're causing me to pause too much. And you're not supporting my platform. There you go.
Don't miss out on any news regarding this case and so much more. Now let's get back into it. So
let's get back into
submitted a letter on the 24th that had myself and other publications very confused, but let's get into it. So this document is a letter from the government to Judge Arun Subramanian, dated on June 24th, 2025, about the jury instructions in the federal criminal trial against Sean P. Diddy Combs. And here is a detailed breakdown of what the government is saying and why it matters. So why was this letter filed? The judge asked both sides to streamline jury instructions, which means to basically simplify them so they're easier to understand. The prosecution agreed to drop certain legal theories they no longer plan to pursue and proposed clarifying instructions for the jury on complex laws. So you have to think about it. These jurors are not legal experts. They're not law students. They didn't go to school for law, so you have to make sure that they're able to understand before they convict or let Diddy go. So what is the government dropping? Prosecutors say they are no longer pursuing attempted kidnapping under California and New York law, attempted arson like the alleged blowing up of Kid Cudi's car, and aiding and abetting SCX trafficking. These are being removed from the final jury instructions, but let me clarify. Now, the government argues that certain clarifications are absolutely necessary so jurors don't get confused or misapply the law, especially because SCX trafficking and forced labor are complex charges. Here's what they want to keep in. Even if Jane or Cassie had consensual SCX with Diddy at first, that doesn't mean later acts weren't trafficking or forced labor. For example, Jane may have entered a love contract willingly, but the jury needs to know they can still consider later non-consensual acts as trafficking. They also want the jury to know that just because Diddy paid Jane $10,000 a month for rent or gave salaries to Mia or Capricorn Clark, that doesn't mean that the labor wasn't forced. Payment doesn't erase coercion or abuse under the law. The prosecution wants the jury to look at the full pattern of Diddy's behavior, not just isolated incidents, to decide if there was coercion. That includes threats to Cassie, violence towards Jane, and abuse of others that victims knew about, creating a culture of fear. The government says that the defense tried to argue that Jane and Mia could have just left if they really did not want to be there, but the prosecution wants the judge to tell the jurors that physical restraint isn't required for a trafficking or forced labor charge. Now, I know a lot of people are saying, how is this even RICO? He didn't receive any money. Well, the government is pointing that out as well. They're saying even if Diddy didn't receive money directly from Jane or Cassie's sexual acts, he can still be guilty if he benefited in some way or trafficked them for someone else. And what the government is saying about the trafficking charge is this enough if Diddy intended or attempted to make the act happen? For example, when he allegedly dragged Cassie back to the hotel room during a freak-off, it doesn't matter if SEX occurred when she got back or not. The fact that he pulled her back into the freak-off, they're saying that's SEX trafficking.
Absolutely.
They also state that the jurors need help understanding reckless disregard. So they ask for more explanation of what it means for Diddy to have reckless disregard, whether Jane and Cassie were being coerced, because that legal term isn't commonly understood. I know this is a lot, but I want us to understand this. So next they have conspiracy instructions. They want more detailed guidance on how conspiracy works, specifically for racketeering and DRUG related charges, so jurors don't ask tons of questions later, which can always prolong deliberations. They also want the judge to affirm that DRUG trafficking automatically affects interstate commerce, so jurors don't get confused about the legal requirement under RICO. Prosecutors want to make clear that if Diddy contacted someone in New York to entice them, that's enough to count as venue, even if the act happened elsewhere. Now, the unanimity clarification. They argue that jurors don't have to agree on all the details, just that one specific instance of SEX trafficking occurred. For example, if juror number 12 agrees that Jane was trafficked on one particular night, they don't all need to agree how exactly she was trafficked that night, just that it happened. So they're not dropping charges in Diddy's case, they're dropping legal theories.
They're not dropping charges.
Real quickly. So
they
the current
dropping
charges listed in his indictment.
They're not dropping charges, like I said.
And violent crimes in aid of racketeering. A theory of liability is like a legal pathway. Think of it as how the crime was committed or what law supports the conviction. For example, you can be guilty of SEX trafficking by directly committing the act or by aiding and abetting someone else to do it. You can commit kidnapping under California law or New York law. Those are two separate legal theories. So they're no longer pursuing these specific legal theories. Attempted kidnapping under California and New York law, attempted arson under California law, and aiding and abetting SEX trafficking. They're not asking the jury to convict Diddy under these legal theories anymore, but the main charges still remain: SEX trafficking, under direct liability, forced labor, and racketeering. Let's just say you're trying to prove someone committed a robbery. You can argue they personally robbed a bank, they drove the getaway car, or they planned it and gave instructions. If halfway through the trial you realize there's no solid proof that they drove the car, you might drop that argument, but you still are going forward with the case saying they robbed the bank and they planned it. So they may not have proof that Diddy blew up Kid Cudi's car. They may not have proof that he kidnapped Capricorn Clark and had her going back and forth to that warehouse for 5 days. However, they're going to remove the predicate acts, the underlying crimes that form the basis of a bigger crime. But that bigger crime is still there. Hopefully that makes sense. Let's jump into day number 29. Okay, so court begins at 9:37 today. The judge says, "Good morning. We emailed the charge to the parties, but there are still times government is capitalized. We'll change that and instruct about witnesses. There should be no interruptions during closing argument. We're going to all tell the jurors that it will be a shorter day today, longer tomorrow, and then during deliberations, it'll be up to them. Prosecutor Slavic will be in at 10 o'clock to deliver the closing arguments." Alexandra Shapiro says, "There are some italics we want out." The judge says, "Okay." So while we're waiting for the jurors to come in, I just want to note that the prosecutors took 6 weeks to present their case, and the defense team took about 30 minutes. At 10:02, the judge says, "While we wait, Ms. Comey, do you have the laptop ready?" Prosecutor Comey says, "I'll defer to Ms. Garagos." Ms. Garagos says, "We'll have it ready tomorrow." Judge says, "With only the admitted exhibits, I'll ask tomorrow." All right, let's bring in our jury. Now, before the jury actually came in, Diddy was seen thumbing through a briefcase before pouring himself a cup of water. Now, he seemed at ease throughout most of this trial, but on today, his body language suggested that he was a bit nervous. As the jury walked in, he started rubbing his palms together and shifting his weight from foot to foot. You have to realize, from foot to foot. You have to realize Diddy's life is now in their hands. All rise. The judge says, give your attention to the parties' closing argument. Today will be shorter, the U.S. closing, tomorrow the defense, the rebuttal, my instructions, and begin deliberations. The jurors who will stay. Prosecutor Slavic said, over the last few weeks, you've learned that Sean Combs is the leader of a criminal organization. He doesn't take no for an answer. He's into kidnapping, arson, forced labor, bribery of security officers, and the brutal crimes of S3X trafficking. Consider 2 moments. March 2016 at the Intercontinental Hotel. The defendant got violent with Cassie. You saw what happened. He dragged her back to the freak-off. 2024 at Jane's house. The defendant choked and hit her. She ran, couldn't get away. These are chapters in the same book. The defendant counted on silence and shame. He thought that his fame and wealth and power put him above the law. Over the last 7 weeks, you've heard how he used his staff to promote his power. No one could stop him. We'll talk about RICO, including S3X trafficking and transportation for prostitution, which are also separately charged as standalone crimes. You may have heard of racketeering. When someone commits a crime as part of a group, they are even more dangerous. A group of people whose purpose was to serve and protect the defendant. It's his kingdom. Everyone was there to serve him, fulfilling all of his desires, including his sexual desires. We need to show at least 2 racketeering crimes. The defendant was head of Combs Enterprise. There was an inner circle. His chief of staff, his bodyguards, the names changed, but the roles remained the same. You've heard KK, Christina Coram, Combs' right brain. She lived in 2-star. She communicated with the defendant's girlfriend, his security. You heard their names, D-Rock, Bonds, Ruben, Uncle Polly, Fahim. They were armed and ready. Remember the incident at the diner with Suge Knight? David James told you Combs had guns. In the search, law enforcement found guns, including a rifle with a serial number defaced in LA. 2 AR-15s with their serial numbers cut out in the defendant's closet. You also have the rotating cast of assistants paid by the defendant's business. Brendan Paul said he made $100,000 a year. KK made 6 times that. Damn, Christina. When your boss asks you to buy DRUGS, you're committing a crime. When you kidnap someone or locked his girlfriend in a hotel room after your boss stomped on her face, it's a crime. The law does not require us to know that they like committing these crimes. You saw KK chiding the defendant to not be so reckless, but she got him cash, DRUGS. She was a member of the enterprise. It impacted interstate commerce. Minimal is fine. Combs knowingly became a member. He was the boss. He was the through line. The racketeering acts, distribution of DRUGS, kidnapping, arson, bribery, facilitating S3X trafficking of Cassie and Jane, forced labor, travel for commercial S3X cover-up. You only need to find that someone would commit 2 acts in any of these categories. It could be 2 acts of DRUG distribution, 1 kidnapping, just 2. You have far more than 2. Let's start with the DRUGS, an essential ingredient of the freak-offs. The most involved were D-Rock, KK, and Fahim, but others helped to keep the DRUG supply high. We are not talking about marijuana, but what Brendan Paul called hard DRUGS. There are stipulations of the DRUGS found in the searches. Cocaine, meth, oxy, ketamine, a dissociative drug, GHB, mushrooms, Molly, Tusi, a combination dyed pink. It's 1305 and 1306. The quantities are not...
Okay, so Ariel, were you in my live earlier on the other page? I mean, because we the attorneys cleared that. They jumped that hurdle, baby. When you said that the escort clearly said that what you say on the stand that their time was paid for was not for sex. Is that what you're saying, Ariel? Because Precious, they cleared that earlier today. Have you been paying attention? Where you get your information from? Because they definitely cleared that this morning. Yeah, because he said the male workers, the hookers, said that they don't get paid for S3X, they get paid for entertainment. And they said, but ain't that what most female, male, all prostitutes say? But yeah. It's so they could have met up for entertainment. And if S3X happened, it's trafficking. Did you miss that? So nah, boo, that wasn't a bullet. That was a hurdle, and they jumped right on over it. They talked about that in the open statement today. Did you miss that? See, that's our problem. What we think and what we try to assess is the law ain't the law. But when lawmakers tell you what the law is, how dare you say that ain't the law? Yeah, just because somebody say that they're not a male hooker, they're entertainers. They went in being entertainers. I give them that, because every last one of them say that they had never got paid for S3X before until Diddy tricked them, hired them to strip, right? And then coerced them into being in some type of porn. That's what old boy said out of his mouth. So in their mind, I mean, old boy didn't even know he was a prostitute. The Punisher. He looks so stressed out now because he's finding out that his ass could be in trouble and that the people may have been looking at him being intimate in the courtroom, the jurors. He's sick as a lost puppy because Diddy done pulled him into a RICO. Has he pulled you into one too? Because you're going hard in the paint for him. Do you understand? Do you understand? The minute that they went in as an entertainer, they came out as a male hoe, prostitute. Compliments of Diddy. Okay, let's be clear. Let's go.
Relevant is not an element of this crime. Distribution does not require a sale.
You sound like
you know the names of the DRUG dealers by now. Guido, One Stop, and Baby Girl. Jane told you that on 2 occasions she was told to bring DRUGS when she flew to meet him.
I understand the law can be interpreted differently, but I'm going to go with what the lawmakers say. I'm going to go with what the lawyers say. I'm going to go with what the judge say. I'm not going to go with what you say. Who are you? If the judge's instructions say that it is sex trafficking, then who are you to say that it's not? Girl, go sit down. Go sit down. Yes, he was. He had to be sit down. He said Diddy set him down and said, okay, so let me tell you what we doing. He thought he was going to strip. That's what he was solicited for, stripping. And as soon as he got there, there was towels and baby oil and shit all on the floor. And he started looking and saying, oh, okay, whoa, what is this? Yeah. And then he said he had to go down there on an interview. Yes, he did. So who are you? So a while ago, you act like you was a therapist. Now you acting like you, a while ago you was an attorney. Now you acting like you're a therapist. What are your credentials? Are you a madam? Are you KK? KK? Are you KK? KK? Because now you able to tell what Diddy did to someone. Are you KK? Are you a part of the enterprise? Huh? Are you a part of the enterprise? Cause you going awfully hard in the paint. You going, let me look at you, child. Are you KK? KK. KK, come out wherever you are. I mean, now you writing the law. Now you're a therapist. Are you finna be? Are you gonna be baptizing people in the baby oil next? Girl, shut up. You sound dumb.
Coordinated with KK. It's corroborated by text messages.
No, it's people
KK
like
told
you.
her to swing by
It's
Mapleton
people like
to pick
you.
up the Guido package. He was called during
Slow
hotel night.
ass.
So we know what Guido's
You
package was.
sound like you
More
done been a
ecstasy.
victim.
The security team knew what it was. Guido texts Fahim, Puff has a $450 balance with me. Brendan Paul asked for $780 for personal Gucci items. That is hard DRUGS. DRUGS were distributed. It doesn't matter. He wasn't buying kilos or selling them. Personal use is just a distraction. They bought and distributed to people around them. Cassie used DRUGS at every freak off, supplied by the defendant. He introduced Jane to DRUGS, gave them to her at all but one hotel night. He gave DRUGS to Kerry Morgan and Banham Bongolan. He made Brendan Paul try Tusi to see if it was good. D-Rock would text one stop, need to see someone for bro. That is the defendant. Guido asked Fahim to cover for the defendant's DRUG debt. KK knew he was distributing DRUGS to women for the Wild King nights. Jane told KK she was having a bad come down. KK gives pro tips how to deal with it. Plain and simple. This is a DRUG distribution. How about kidnapping? They committed them both under California and New York law. Consider Cassie. Bond made her stay put. The defendant called Cassie a slut. He stomped on her face. She was disfigured. Roger Bonds caught her and brought her back. The defendant made her go to the London Hotel on Sunset so no one saw her. She wanted to go home to her mom, but no. It's clear that Cassie didn't consent to staying at the London Hotel. David James testified the defendant demanded to see his search history to see if he posted that the defendant assaulted Cassie in the club. Then there's Capricorn Clark. They made her take a lie detector test for days in an empty office building in Manhattan. This is around 2004. She was holding expensive jewelry that went missing. Uncle Polly took her to the future headquarters of Bad Boy where she was tested 5 times for lies. The man administering the test told her that if she failed, she'd end up in the East River. In Central Park, the defendant told her if anything happened, he'd have to unalive her. David James remembers this. He was tested too, to get the rat out the team. In December 2011, Rube helped the defendant kidnap Capricorn Clark. It started on December 22nd, 2011. The defendant banged on Capricorn's door with a gun. He was out for revenge. He barked an order at Capricorn. Get dressed. We're going to have to unalive Cuddy. Then they drove to Kid Cudi's house. The defendant had a gun in his lap. This was kidnapping. He moved her a substantial distance. He told her he wouldn't let her go until she brought him Cassie, who he kicked when she arrived, into a fetal position. Cassie, who was with Kid Cudi that morning, testified to this. The officer who responded to the 911 call said he saw a black Escalade registered to Bad Boy. Then on January 12, 2012, the defendant had Kid Cudi's car set on fire. Arson. Someone cut out a hole in the roof of Kid Cudi's car and dropped a Molotov cocktail. We're not suggesting the defendant cut the hole. He didn't even buy his own soup. You heard the voice notes. He said he was going to blow up Kid Cudi's car. What are the odds? He says it and it happens. The coincidences just keep coming. The defendant and Ruben just happened to be there a few weeks before. Kid Cudi was driving the same Porsche that night of the trespass. What are the odds? Kid Cudi had conflict with no one except the defendant. Then D-Rock...
Like some file said I was with my girlfriend, right? So I'm with my girlfriend at Six Flags, right? I'm with my girlfriend at Six Flags, and she called up and was like, "Yo, are you free?" And usually when I would come through, it would be like 3 days in a row. I come Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night. So I'm like, "Yo, you know what? I'm at Six Flags, and I come the next day." And she was like, "Oh, yo, if you can't make it, can you send somebody else?" And bro, I was I was butthurt, right?
Whoa.
You're thinking you.
I was just about to go there, bro, because you've been getting this money consistency.
Getting that money. He been getting that money
I would have felt
consistently.
some type of way about that.
Yeah, and also I think I'm special. Right.
He thought he was special.
Because I believed that at the time when this was going on, I thought I was the only guy they were doing this with.
Oh, so yeah, he
it was like, it's my birthday, this something special. So,
oh,
a few
he
people
thought
I
he
told,
was
I'm
the
like, yeah,
only one.
Cassie
Look at him now, mouth all twitched all over to the side.
Just send anybody else. I was just like, oh man, like I'm just. Did you refer to me?
You were replaceable.
I made him some excuse to my girl. Hey, yo, something happened. We gotta go. Like, yo, we had to go there like 2 hours in traffic.
Look at him now. His mouth all twitched. Did what's the Ariel girl? You hear? Money. He got paid. He got paid.
But here's the thing, right? I still got cursed out. Cause we broke up years ago, but she called me. Oh, after the hearing all this shit? Yeah, because I had to go on the stand and say that we had unprotected sex.
Oh, yeah.
So she called me 10 years like, yo, you was fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, what you doing? How could you do that? How could you do that? And I was like, ah, man, my bad. Like, but you good, right? Like, you good, right?
Oh, wow.
I'm straight, but nah, she flipped out on me, man.
Rightfully
She
so.
called me to come through, and I was
You say he didn't get paid?
like Six Flags, like if I said I was with my girlfriend.
You say he wasn't a male?
I'm with my girlfriend at Six
Huh?
Flags.
Look at his mouth
My
now.
girlfriend at Six Flags.
They hugged this man out,
and was like, yo, are you
mouth
free?
out
And
twitched,
usually when I would come
fooling with
like 3 days
the guy that Ariel is over there defending, talking about that they didn't pay for S3X. Child, please, girl, go on. sit
Brought
down.
Kid Cudi to the defendant, who was looking like a Marvel
Go sit down.
supervillain. Years later, the defendant apologizes to Kid Cudi. Then there's bribery, the 2016 video. The defendant was having a freak off with Cassie and one of the defendants, Jules. Flores found the defendant sitting in a chair with what he called a devilish stare.
Go sit
In the
down.
room, he saw another man. The defendant tried to hand Flores a stack of money. It was his first attempt at a bribe that day. As Cassie leaves, Combs starts
A
damage
bribe?
control. The judge
Really?
says, we had a power issue. Is your mic working? Slavic says, hello? Yes. He called Cassie over a dozen times. The text, call me. Cops are here. He was just manipulating her. But the defendant knew he could be arrested because there was a video of the assault. He went and banged on Cassie's door with a hammer. Neighbors were going to call the police. In fact, they did. Carrie Morgan had the LAPD officer's card. KK suggests, say they had a fun drunk night. She calls and reaches Eddie Garcia. Eddie says no. Then KK shows up in person. He won't show her, but says off the record, it's bad. KK has the defendant call Eddie on his personal cell phone. Once Eddie says his boss will do it for $50,000, the defendant calls him Eddie My Angel. That's how he's saved in the cell phone. Eddie goes to deliver the USB. D-Rock and KK are there. The defendant counted out dollar by dollar the bribe. Eddie told you the security guard told him he came up with the defendant. That was D-Rock. Eddie asked the defendant, what if Cassie calls the police? So the defendant knew. Eddie finds the ID of the stand-in for Flores. NDAs are signed. Don't speak to anyone. Now Combs is sitting with his chair pushed back from the defense's table, and he's looking around. Diddy's pretty nervous today. Now, Slavic continues, paying for silence is influencing testimony. In their opening, the defense suggested it was just about bad publicity. Police involvement would hurt him. There are two connected. The next racketeering predicate is SEX trafficking. The defendant's inner circle assisted, whether they wanted to or not. Threats, drugs, lies, and illegal violence to make them have SEX with escorts. This is not an attempt to criminalize dysfunctional relationships or personal sexual behaviors. They did not want to have SEX with strangers while the defendant masturbated. They were covered in oil and sore over and over again. We are not asking you to find that every hotel night or freak off was SEX trafficking or even the majority. You only need to find the elements were met one time. One freak off. That's it. He's guilty, but it was way more than once. Let's start with Jane. Turn off the public screens. Now Combs is still in his chair, Pushback from the defense's table, at which Xavier Donaldson and Alexandra Shapiro have their chins in their hands. Consider the sobriety party and in Jane's house. Let's start with the love bombing stage. Jane was head over heels. They traveled to the Caribbean. Dr. Hughes talked about this. She never met with any witness, but it was like she knew them. Love bombing is a tactic. He was grooming her. He gave Jane ecstasy. She fell to the ground convulsing. The defendant liked baby oil and red lights. Then introduced in May 2021, she wanted to please her partner. She was high. The defendant had a freak-off set up that very night. An escort came. Jane was excited by the first experience. She didn't realize she had opened Pandora's box. It became 90% of their relationship. For a while, she went along with it. Then she said she wanted it to stop. There were more texts about this, shown with the screen off. Jane wrote, "I wanted to do things outside these rooms, to travel with you." The defendant ignored Jane's discomfort. Those hotel nights were not about what Jane wanted. They were about what the defendant wanted to see. He decided how long. Jane said if she was going to have SEX with strange men, she wanted to choose. The defendant made her ask for the nude photos. These were not for her. When she asked to use protection, the defendant was not happy. He was dismissive and condescending. She would try to have it go faster. He'd order her to slow down. It was about what he wanted. He dangled carrots. He gave her gifts and money. He lied to her repeatedly. She asked. He said they'd go on a yacht, but they didn't. Here's what Jane wrote in her notes app. "I don't want to have you use me to fulfill your freaky wild desires in hotel rooms." He used his payment of her rent as leverage. The carrots turned into sticks. She wrote that the threats and innuendos are nonstop. He paid for her veneers because he didn't like her teeth. Then said, "Look at the roof over your head and your pretty mouth and teeth." He wanted the all-star party, SEX with 3 men. She sent him a picture of her menstruation. He sent the following voice note. Combs' voice is plain. "I'm about to really disappear on you. I don't have time for this, baby girl. You got me on my job. You got to get on your job." This message couldn't be clearer. Not going to take no for an answer. After reading Cassie's lawsuit, Jane writes to the defendant, "I feel like I'm reading my own sexual trauma. 2 of my birthdays, you forced me." Slavic then states that she wrote, "You gaslit me. It was sexual exploitation. You framed as love for your sick fetishes." The defendant called her and tried to trick her into saying that it was all consented to. He fed her a false narrative. Now they're listening to the clip. He's talking over her. Dr. Hughes told you how a victim is trauma bonded to her abuser. Jane often felt the defendant didn't listen to the truth. She said Sean would just say to move on. He told her to charge him. The lawyers would be involved to buy her silence. So she asked for $100,000 a year for her to move on. She thought it was reasonable. Far less than Cassie, the defendant went ballistic. She refused to adopt his false narrative. You can read the text. However, they can't because the screens are still off. Jane wrote that the defendant was going to show her SEX tapes to the father of her child. Then he reached out and told her to come to see him in Miami. She makes it clear she does not want a hotel night. He says, okay, despite his promise, he called an escort. Now here are more threats about the rent. Jane writes, "I hate worrying about the rent." This is in 2024. It all accumulated in June 2024. He assaulted her and forced her to perform oral SEX on an escort. This is SEX trafficking. It was interstate, and the Astroglide crossed state lines. The defendant knew or recklessly disregarded that force. Threat of force, coercion, or force were used. Consenting once doesn't mean she consented every time. One time is enough. Now, in 2023, he made Jane feel she'd have a proper NYC weekend, but invited escort. Jane sent him another message. "It's dark and sleazy. In fear of losing my home." His response, "Girl, stop." Then he FaceTimed her and told her about shopping and dinner. But he lied. Look, now the public screens are still off for the summary chart. He is also texting Paul Arthur an escort. Look at these messages. He is setting up a hotel night. When she is in the air, he tells her he has a surprise for her. She didn't want it. Now, before the plane even lands, he completes an act of SEX trafficking. He tricked her. Then, under coercion, she calls Carol to come to New York. In the next text, she texts, "In New York, I knew you would pair me up with a random person." In the sobriety party without DRUGS, she is so disgusted. She vomits. She writes, "I'm not a PORN star. I'm not an animal. I need a break." The defendant responds, "Let's spend the day. No strangers." She replies, "You'll love bomb me." He switches from carrots to sticks. The house. He texts, "Are you going to let me into your house?" 8 times. Then he said he was sick and needed her. She went and had SEX with 3 men without DRUGS. After vomiting, he says, "Get back out there." In 2024 in Jane's house, 3 months after Homeland Security agents searched the defendant's homes, they used Jane's house. He came there. They were supposed to have a fun date night. They drank and they argued. She pushed his head into a marble counter. He shouted at her. She told him to leave. She ran and closed doors. He kicked down 3 doors. You saw the doors. Here's one of them on the screens. Yet the screens are still off for no reason. She ran without shoes. She hid. He was waiting. Jane hit the defendant. He punched her in the face. Here are the photos. Public screens are still off. He dragged her by her hair back into the house. Jane took his phone and called the other woman. She shouted. The defendant called Jonathan Perez. He followed her into the shower and hit her, knocked her down. He called Anton, the escort, and told her to have SEX with him. She put on makeup to hide the injuries. She drove to pick up Anton at the gate. Then the defendant said, "Take this effing pill." He put his face inches from hers and asked, "Is this coercion?" He was brazenly acknowledging he was breaking the very same law he violated before. Jane didn't want to have SEX with his escort that night. She said no, but he would not take no for an answer. Jane performed oral SEX until Anton got him. The defendant told his security to bring cash to Anton. They didn't have it. The next day, he gave Jane the money to pay Anton. She Ubered the bag of money over to him. This was coercion. Judge says, "Ms. Slavic, at the appropriate time, let's break for lunch." Slavic said, "This will be a fine time." Judge says, "Okay, jurors, you may eat." Now they're at break. Okay, it's 1:25 and they are back. "Ms. Slavic, are you ready?" says the judge. Prosecution says, "Just a flag for the court. We are going to need to change PowerPoints." Clerk says, "Can we power the public screens?" Well, apparently not. They haven't been working all morning. All rise. The jurors enter. Judge says, "Ms. Slavic, you may proceed." Slavic says, "Let's go back. The 3 nights were part of a buildup from fraud to coercion to finally force." Beep, beep. You hear a lot of loud beeping. Prosecution says, "I apologize." Judge says, "Do you need to change the batteries?" The ghetto. I'm not sure who's been charging the devices at night, but to whoever it is,
You about to lose your job.
the courtroom deputy says, "Miss Slavic, do you need batteries?" Double A. Combs is still in his chair, pushed back. Now his legs are crossed, his hands are crossed. You know, if he was producing this would have never happened. Anyway, let's continue. Slavic says the house was just an example of the defendant's financial coercion of Jane. Also DRUGS. They came a necessary part of SEX. Jane told you about Miami in 2024. He gave her liquid Molly. They showed you video. They'll argue that she was super into it, but she was super high. His coercion included threats to release tapes of her having SEX in the hotel rooms. Combs threatened to send her SEX tapes to her child's father. This was to coerce her into having more commercial SEX acts. The defense has suggested that Jane agreed to those hotel nights. Let's talk about what agreeing means. Theirs is an incomplete picture. Let's turn to volume 2. We're going to talk about Cassie with several examples. You know from sitting through this trial that force was not limited to these days. Through the decades they were together, he forced her to have SEX with escorts. Cassie was 19. He was in his late 30s. He signed her to a 10-record deal. He took her on a yacht and gave her ecstasy. They had SEX. They were in a relationship. She had just turned 21. The defendant was her boss, who called all the shots. He molded her. He told Capricorn, "Let me show you," then ordered Cassie around. She did it. Walk and turn around. Total compliance. He didn't take no for an answer. He was abusive. physical, emotional, psychological, and sexual. They want you to call this domestic violence, but he was forcing her to have freak-offs. He controlled everything. He demanded that her nails be done a certain way on red carpets. The Vanity Fair party in 2014, Deontay Nash told you. He shouted. Combs shouted. I thought I told y'all she had to have her hair up. He wouldn't let her make money from her music. She was offered the chance to do a common video. Puff said no. He paid for her car, clothing, phones, and vacations. He made her dependent. He did it to her family too. After he found out that she was with Kid Cudi, he demanded $20,000 from her parents to pay him back, or he'd release her S3X tapes. That month, in just this account, he had $3.2 million coming in and out. This was all about control. Remember what Dr. Hughes said, when a victim is on unsure footing, the abuser has control. He punched her, kicked her, and dragged her. When it was bad, he hid her in hotels to heal and not be seen. You saw photos and videos. D-Rock, Rube, Polly, they all knew. He attacked her for attending a Prince party until Prince's security intervened. Mia and Maya Morales described abuse to you. Cassie told you. When she got to the house, he threatened to release her S3X tapes. He assaulted her in Jamaica. He beat her up in Las Vegas while she was curled up under the toilet. She said D-Rock cried. There was his assault at the Intercontinental Hotel, caught on tape. For Cassie, it was her normal. She was there when he attacked Mia, Deontay Nash, and Banner. Banner may have gotten the date wrong, but she was definitely injured. One time he had Cassie hold guns for him. The diner and the Suge Knight incident, Cassie was in the house. She saw. Why didn't she leave? Miss Hughes explained that hitting leads to fear. Even when Cassie was in South Africa, she could not get away. KK kept calling. D-Rock was loyal, only to the defendant. He played both sides. He talked to Cassie, then reported it back to the defendant. She's about to get iced up. I told her to chill out, he said. They met for dinner in Malibu. Then he RAPED'd her on the living room floor. She said no. She cried, but he didn't take no for an answer. He RAPED'd her. He wrote, I could tell I didn't turn you on yesterday. That's it. That is, he RAPED'd her. Because of the trauma bond, after the RAPE, she met him at a friend's party and then had SEX. Consensual SEX. This was a trauma bond. He had an MO, an hours-long performance. He pleasured himself and sometimes filmed it, just like with Jane. Sometimes the defendant told escorts to urinate on her. Sometimes he urinated himself. Why? To turn himself on. She became a DRUG addict. Here she wrote, I love our freak-offs. When we both wanted, jurors, this is not an all-or-nothing situation. There were times he knew she didn't want to do it. That is SEX trafficking. She obviously didn't want to have an escort urinate in her mouth while she lay on the floor. Let's talk about the videos. You've seen clips. You don't see weapons. You see her having SEX, masturbating. Then the defendant is moving the camera around, at times focusing on the escort, not Cassie at all.
Are you homosexual?
What?
A homosexual.
It's clear this is about his fantasy, not Cassie's. March 5th, 2016, in the Intercontinental Hotel. The video. Before the Intercontinental Hotel, Cassie had a premiere. It was a big night for her. She agreed to a freak-off as damage control. Look at this. She says, I don't want you thinking I don't want to. She knows the defendant won't take no for an answer. The defendant gets Jules to come. You know what happens? An argument. The defendant hits Cassie in her face. All she can think about is her premiere. She takes off without her shoes. The Intercontinental video is shown. He throws her to the ground. He kicks her and drags her back to the room where Jules is waiting. Why is the dragging relevant? Because Jules is there. Freak-offs have multiple sessions. They were between sessions. He leaves her, but he takes her bag, but she doesn't follow him. Instead, Cassie is using the phone in the elevator lobby. The defendant is making another conscious decision to take the bags into the room and come back for Cassie with his hands free. He grabs her phone, then he makes the decision to stay. He stays even though he is in a towel and looks ridiculous. Flores arrives. He stalls in the hall. He knows Jules is still in the room, possibly naked. The defendant claims he took back DRUGS that day, but you can see he is in control. Cassie just wanted to get her bag and phone and leave. The defendant offered Flores money. This is a photo of Jane in the car back to her house with sunglasses, her black eye. He was using his force to get Cassie to continue with the freak-off. The defendant may tell you the violence was not connected to the SEX, but it was an attempt to get Cassie to continue with the freak-off. Later, she wrote to him, "I'm not a rag doll. I'm someone's child." There were freak-offs in New York with Daniel Phillip. Daniel Phillip was not paid for his time. This is a ridiculous argument. In one freak-off between sessions, the defendant told Cassie to come in the bedroom. She kept using the computer. The defendant threw a bottle, dragged her, and slapped her. Daniel Phillips heard Combs yell, "Bitch, when I tell you to come here, you come here." After that, Daniel Phillips could not perform, but a completed act is not required for SEX trafficking. This is SEX trafficking. In Cannes, they were at the film festival. The defendant accused Cassie of stealing his DRUGS. He threw her off the boat they were staying on. Mia heard an audio of this and recognized the voices. They flew back to New York. She traded seats to get away, but he followed and showed her the freak-off videos. He threatened to release the SEX tapes. When they got to New York, they had a freak-off. This is another example of clear-cut coercion. He threw her off the boat without her passport. He wanted Cassie to be afraid to say no to him. Cassie said, "I didn't know what turned into. He could be violent." The defense said Cassie made a choice every day to stay with him. Step back.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining.
The defense said Cassie made a choice every day to stay with him. Step back. Imagine yourself as Cassie. This was the force. This was the leverage. There were the DRUGS, disassociative, and numbing. She needed the buffer. Yes, some of the messages are explicit. That doesn't mean she wanted to have SEX with escorts at freak-offs. In 2009, he wrote, "You're supposed to be seducing me all day." Cassie told the defendant that she didn't want to do freak-offs. Take her birthday party Deontay told you about. He demanded she freak-off, and she did. What choice did Cassie have in the end? She did not have freedom to make voluntary adult choices. Let's go back to count one for a minute. While it was the defendant in the freak-off, but he had help from KK, D-Rock, and Fahim. They knew it was wrong. How did they facilitate? KK got strange men access to rooms the defendant and Cassie shared. KK got Clayton Howard, also known as Dave, access to the room. Jonathan Perez found the video of Cassie having SEX with an escort. He showed it to KK. She knew. Fahim saw it too. Fahim got DRUGS to the defendant even during the freak-offs between sessions. On February 18, 2024, after Jane told KK still sent stuff for the Wild King Nights. D-Rock iced Cassie's black eye. It would be absurd to think that D-Rock didn't know what they were doing. Of course he knew. I expect the defense will say they didn't know. David James saw a stranger. Deontay Nash saw one. Jonathan Perez saw video of Jane having SEX with another man while the defendant watched. Interstate travel for prostitution. The defendant paid escorts. He caused the travel. He sometimes booked it. The transportation counts do not require force, fraud, or coercion, even if all consented. We know that's not true. It's still a crime. It's just knowing transportation with the intent the individual engaged in prostitution. For count 3, the freak-offs involving Cassie. The escort's travel was often booked by travel agents. She remembered Dave Clayton Howard. He would travel from New York to Miami or LA. Another escort traveled to Ibiza, GX 1402. This was Jules Theodore at the London Hotel in New York City. The defendant asked for Jules' name for the ticket. The defendant's American Express shows he paid for a car. There's a $2,000 bill from the London Hotel. The defendant texts, "I will tip you." For what? SEX. And here, Reggie flew from Las Vegas to LA for SEX. He is never tired. Jane sent $1,100 via Cash App. Here is the hotel folio, $4,000 of damage. The hotel staff found bodily fluids on the floor. It couldn't be clearer. Every time KK helped arrange travel for the Wild King Nights, she was part of the crime. She may not have liked it, but she did it. KK set up travel for a Wild King Nights in Vegas. Combs' voice on the voice note says, "The wildest Wild King Nights in Vegas." KK knows. KK helped Cabra book his travel. Combs asked her for cash. She knows exactly what is going on. She facilitated travel for the escorts. Each is a racketeering act. You only need to find 2 acts. Just here, there are dozens. Afternoon break, judge says okay. Now we go to break. Okay, at 3:31, they are back when Judge Subramanian asked the prosecutor how much time she had left. She said about 1 hour. He says, all rise. The jurors are entering. I expect the judge will instruct you on forced labor. She shows the chart. You heard of forced labor of 4 women, Cassie and Jane, Mia and Capricorn. Now with Cassie and Jane, it was grueling sexual services. Cassie called them grueling up to 4 days, maybe even more. Jane said the same thing. Cassie and Jane were on call to perform freak-offs for the defendant whenever he wanted, wherever he wanted. He used force and threats of force. He would say, let's finish on a high note. Let's push through. You're not tired, are you? It took weeks to recover from these freak-offs. That's forced labor. KK kept setting up hotel rooms and flights. Let's turn to Mia. She worked for Combs. Finally at Rabot, she went 5 days without
double tap
sleep.
the screen
Combs
and get the
sexually
likes up,
assaulted her.
please.
He put his hands up her dress. He came into her bedroom and penetrated her. He came into the closet and forced her to perform oral sex on him. There was a time in the bathroom of the private jet she can't fully remember. Repeated traumatic events. She was clear as a bell even under cross-examination. She performed labor and services, including sexual services. He threw her against the wall and slammed the door on her arm. She saw violence at Prince's party and in Turks. When they were in South Africa, KK told Mia, if you don't call him in 10 minutes, you don't have a job. He has all the power and control. She knew she couldn't say no, even to little things. Mia knew that her job was to protect the defendant. HR was for Combs. She couldn't go to the police due to Combs having all the power. The threats left her with no options. I expect you're going to hear that she could have left, that she told Combs she loved him. Mia pulled no punches. There were high highs, and there were also low lows. Capricorn Clark had an issue with overtime. She took the issue to the head of HR, Vashta Wilson, but HR was the defendant's puppet. The defendant and Uncle Polly threatened her in Central Park and the lie detector test and taken her to Kid Cudi's. Capricorn had a son to provide for. Combs threatened to blacklist her. Now, witness tampering and obstruction after Cassie filed her lawsuit, this weaves the whole story together. Jane wrote, you gaslit me. She posed a problem for the defendant. So Combs called Jane. The calls were recorded on KK's phone. You can listen to them. On November 19, 2023, Cassie's lawsuit was already settled, but he is afraid of criminal investigation. He calls and asks, what can I do to make you feel better? He says, I can't be speaking on the phone. He is worried the U.S. will get 3 years of his text messages with Jane. While he's recording the call, he tries to convince her that she was willing. He says, we just did some kinky shit. I thought we both enjoyed. Do you hear on the recorded call the sounds of notes being taken with a Sharpie to plan how to get what they want Jane to say? You've seen that in this trial. The lawyers passing notes to each other. Then Combs had D-Rock reach out to Mia, asking her to say something. Mia told you her reaction to this call. She had seen the defendant bashing Cassie's head. D-Rock had seen it too. He was asking her to agree with the lie. As the federal investigation grew, they kept reaching out to Mia. D-Rock calls her 5 times in a row. The chart Ms. Sanker presented to you brings this all together. The defendant's conduct towards Mia is also obstruction and witness tampering. Also obstruction, the video of the intercontinental assault is bribery, but it's also obstruction. Finally, we have venue. We only have to show an act in the district. Doesn't have to be criminal. The Southern District of New York includes Manhattan and the Bronx. Count 2, freak-offs in Manhattan. Count 3, freak-offs, Jules to the London Hotel in Manhattan. Count 4, Jane in Manhattan. You spent 7 weeks listening and a lot of evidence was hard to hear or see. You heard from Kid Cudi, whose house was broken into and whose car was burned. You heard from Regina Ventura, Deontay Nash, how he ran the enterprise with total control. It's time to hold him accountable. It's time to find him guilty. Judge says we'll continue tomorrow. Jurors, do not watch or read anything about the case. All rise. Whew, that was a lot. That was a mouthful.
Mm-hmm.
What I need to do is hear from you. What do you think about the prosecution and their...
Ooh, she ain't never lied. Let's go here. Oh, the volume up.
Their closing arguments today, this after more than 6 weeks of testimony some of it very graphic. The jury hearing from more than 30 witnesses, including Combs' ex-girlfriends, former assistants, male escorts, security guards, even another rapper and rival. The prosecutor, in closing, calling Combs the leader of a criminal enterprise who didn't take no for an answer, saying Combs, quote, forced and manipulated Cassie, Ventura, and Jane to have sex with escorts for his own entertainment and used power, violence,
didn't
and
want to come
fear
out the
to get
closet.
what he wanted. Combs is the only defendant, but the prosecutor told the jury he did not act alone,
Joseph.
saying, quote, he managed to do this for 2 decades because he used his money, his influence, and his inner circle to cover up his crimes. It's his kingdom. Everyone was there to serve him. Combs' children were in the courtroom today, including his 19-year-old twin daughters who haven't been there since the first days of the trial. Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges. If convicted, he faces the possibility of life in prison. Later in the show, we have YouTube star Tisa Tells joining us live to talk about the commentary surrounding this high-profile trial. But first, let's begin tonight with ABC News Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katersky live outside the federal courthouse here in Manhattan. And Aaron, prosecutors gave their closing arguments to the jury. What was it like inside the courtroom today?
Well, first of all, Eva, it was packed for the first time since the beginning of the trial.
Are y'all able to hear? Can I get a 1? Can I get a 1 if you're able to hear him? Because I'm using a different device. I want to say mic check.
His children,
mic
his
check.
mom, they
Can
all
y'all hear?
crowded into the row designated.
Where y'all at? I hope you can hear.
For family. At one point, Sean Combs even seemed to be, saying squished together a little bit to make room. But there were attorneys for some of the witnesses. The U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Jay Clayton, was in the room to hear prosecutors give their closing statement. So it was packed. But for the start anyway, Sean Combs appeared pretty relaxed. He walked into the courtroom. He put his hand over his heart, a gesture toward his family. And he's been reading a book, The Power of Positive Thinking.
I'm curious, how was Combs? You mentioned it a little bit there. Did he interact any more with his family? What was his interactions with his attorneys like today?
A bit with the family. He did scribble a number of notes during the prosecutor's summation, writing them on little Post-its, handing them over to his attorneys. But at one point, I thought it was interesting. He sat far back, his chair pushed far back from the table, away from his usual confiding position with his attorneys, Eva, and had his head down, whether in thought or reading notes. But it seemed a moment where he might have been, as much as he can be these days, by himself.
I'm curious, Aaron, how long did the government's closing arguments take today?
It was almost 5 hours, and I have to say, it did not necessarily feel like it. The prosecutor's presentation for the last 7 weeks has been rather sprawling, and at times it felt disjointed. Witnesses testified that may or may not have had anything to do with one another. Today was the chance for prosecutors to try to tie all of that together, and all of the evidence about hundreds of freak-offs that the jury heard about, saw graphic footage of. And today, prosecutors said a single freak-off is enough. That the jury just had to find that sex trafficking elements were met by prosecutors one time in order to convict.
Can you tell us more about the prosecutor who delivered today's closing arguments?
Christy Slavic is an experienced federal prosecutor. She actually has a background in gangs and violent crime. And I think of the 6, she may have been one of the more effective during examinations of witnesses, prepared, methodical. And that was, I think, the characterization today, a methodical, what they hope is a devastating portrait of Sean Combs, not only as a sex trafficker, but someone who led a criminal enterprise with a cadre of loyal lieutenants. It was his kingdom, she said. They were there to say yes, because she said over and over, In a rhetorical flourish, Sean Combs would not take no for an answer.
The defense will have their turn tomorrow. What can we expect from the defense for their closing arguments?
Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo, lead counsel, is going to deliver the defense closing. He said it would take about 3 hours. I wonder now if he goes a bit longer than that. But the defense did not call any witnesses and relied on cross-examination to poke holes in the accounts of the witnesses. Look for him to repeat some of that and to portray Cassie Ventura and Jane not as victims of sex trafficking, but as willing girlfriends who participated in Sean Combs's polyamorous lifestyle for years.
Aaron Kontursky there at the courthouse for us. Thank you so much, Aaron. Now to break down what we heard today, ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer is joining me. I'm curious what stood out to you. I think what stood out to me and what probably stood out to a lot of people are all the different ways that Sean Combs can be found guilty, especially when it comes to that RICO conspiracy. Now, yesterday we talked about the fact that they just have to find 2 predicate acts, and it doesn't have to even be the same predicate acts. If we're jurors, I can believe it be bribery and obstruction of justice. You can believe it's arson and sex trafficking. But even further into that, AUSA Slavic said, you know what? If you think there are 2 times that Sean Combs gave drug to someone else and there's a RICO conspiracy, that's enough. And so even within those individual predicate acts, multiple ones of them could carry the day for them in that top charge. How do you think that the prosecutor did today? Do you think she gave the jury a clear picture, a clear understanding of these charges, of this case? I would probably use clear understanding, clear picture, but I'd probably go a little further, a roadmap. I think she gave them an excellent roadmap to say, if you follow these instructions, if you follow these facts, if you follow these elements, the only destination you can come to would be that Sean Combs is guilty of the charges. Talking about the RICO conspiracy, again, that only 2 needed to be done to find him guilty, as long as there's a criminal enterprise. But also the sex trafficking, that she conceded there might be some interaction between the 2 of them, especially talking about Jane, that first hotel night might have been consensual. But so long as there was 1 hotel night or 1 freak off or 1 King's night, whatever you want to call it, that's trafficking. And the simplicity of that and giving 3 great examples for both Jane and Cassie, I think really helped in creating that roadmap for the jurors. Let's talk about the idea of criminal enterprise, because a lot of people watching all of this have been asking this question, well, what was the goal of a criminal enterprise? Does it have to show some sort of goal? I think this is the perfect definition that AUSA Slavic gave, and the goal is to force and manipulate Cassie Ventura and Jane to have sex with escorts for his own entertainment, and everything else was either to control them, meaning that arson of blowing up Kid Cudi's car allegedly to control Cassie to come back in, getting the drugs and distributing them to both Cassie and Jane to kind of ply them into doing this. The acts of violence, all of it, right, was meant for this goal. And they're saying that there was a meeting of the mind, an implied agreement between those in his inner circle, being Sean Combs, to do this very goal. The prosecutor told the jury that Combs was in charge and he had loyal lieutenants who made it all happen for him. Who were these people? Why does it matter? You know, Combs has pleaded not guilty to all of these charges. No one else has actually been charged. Yeah, so Sean Combs, only defendant, as you described. Right? When we're talking about loyal lieutenants, we're talking about Christina Corum and D-Rock, right? But also some of the security guards. And just to give you a heads up, this is just a few of them. We couldn't fit them all into a screen.
Oh, they got
when we talk about foot soldiers, another thing that the AUSA talked about.
Oh, they got their pictures. Hold on.
That AUSA Slavic gave, and the goal is to force and manipulate Cassie Ventura and Jane to have sex with escorts for his own entertainment, and everything else was either to control them, meaning that arson of blowing up Kid Cudi's car allegedly to control Cassie to come back in, drugs and distributed them to both Cassie and Jane to kind of ply them into doing this. The acts of violence, all of it, right? It was meant for this.
He don't plan the party. They thought they had it.
Those in his inner circle, being Sean Combs, to do this very goal. The prosecutor
Wait a minute, let me say this. 5%? What? They thought they had a party. So I guess they scheduled it last night or the day before. And last night is when the devastating news came out about Justin getting hit with a lawsuit. Y'all ain't going nowhere.
And he had
but
loyal
to jail.
Who made it all happen for him.
5%.
Who were these people? Why does it matter? You know, Combs has pleaded not guilty to all of these charges. No one else has actually been charged. Yeah, so Sean Combs.
Oh, that's bond. Ain't that bonds? Oh, these okay. These is employees. I'm gonna have to cut this off. Let's go.
Only defendant, as you described, right? When we're talking about loyal lieutenants, we're talking about Christina Coram and D-Rock, right? But also some of the security guards. And just to give you a heads up, this is just a few of them. We couldn't fit them all into a screen. But when we talk about foot soldiers, another thing that the AUSA talked about, we're talking about the assistants, right? Brendan Paul, Capricorn. Individuals who were not taking the lead, so to speak, in this criminal enterprise as the government is portraying it, but kind of did the marching orders, the setting up of the hotel nights, the getting the drugs, the things that facilitated many of these nights. All right, Brian Buckmeyer, thank you so much for us. And with closing arguments in full swing, it won't be long before the case against Sean Combs finally goes to the jury. What will happen inside the closed doors of the deliberation room? We're going to give us some insight into what that process may look like is Ross Suter. Ross is an attorney and jury consultant. He's joining us now from Pennsylvania. Ross, thank you so much for being here. You're not involved in this particular case, but you have studied juries for a while now. And I'm curious about those first couple of minutes that the jurors will get to spend together when they start deliberating. What do you expect that moment to be like?
Yeah, so they've had the opportunity to spend a lot of time together. They just have not been able to talk about the case. At least they're not supposed to be. So it is now their first opportunity to see where everybody stands. They view the case, how they view guilt or innocence. And then they're going to start plowing through the evidence. There's obviously a lot of it. It's a 6-week trial with 34 or so witnesses. So there's a lot of information for them to start processing and getting into the group dynamic and start to discuss.
Who instructing the jury?
What do we think happened here? What's our point individually and then collectively as a group as to guilt or innocence?
Well, let's talk about the makeup of the oldest.
Who is instructing the jury?
From the city, others are from the suburbs. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, they're all going to have different viewpoints, obviously. They're all bringing different life histories to the table. It's really good.
Who instructing the jury?
Of what drives their viewpoint of the case individually. And I step away a little bit from just the actual demographics and things like that into more.
That's a part of the closing argument. This is the first time you
during Gwadir, there was a lot
heard a closing argument.
How people feel about celebrities.
You don't think the defense is going to
now we have a jury
try to instruct the jury
individuals
to believe make them think that it's all a lie
and come back to a
Tamex F or you knew.
I'm curious because every witness that these jurors saw was called by the prosecutors.
Be quiet.
Do you think that will have
They're doing what they're supposed to do. That's what they're hired to do.
How they view this case.
Go sit down.
I'm not sure if they'll be surprised per se. I know people generally understand that it's always the burden of
they ain't doing what they're supposed to do.
On the prosecution.
What the hell is wrong with you?
So the defendant doesn't have to put any evidence out there. And as it was stated earlier, their job
they better do that
was to punch holes in the evidence the prosecution was submitting into evidence. So it's a strategic, calculated risk to not put somebody up there, and you hope or you're minimizing the risk by staying defensive, but still at the same time, you don't want that silence.
Them consenting adults to break the law gonna send that ass to prison.
So after more than 6 weeks of testimony about alleged sex, drugs, and violence,
consenting adults don't have the right to break the law. That's why you know about a closing argument. You don't been in trouble before. Stop playing dumb. You don't hear closing. You took a plea deal. You took a plea deal. You didn't go to trial.
Trial is in its final
okay,
phase.
my bad.
The prosecution delivering its closing arguments today, with the defense giving its summation tomorrow. Time to break down the strengths and weaknesses of the case the prosecution presented to the jury. We have ABC News legal contributors Brian Buckmeyer and Bernardo Villalona. Bernardo, let's start with you. What do you think were the strongest moments for the prosecution today?
Strongest moments for the prosecution, I think, is the way that they
they organized their closing arguments. That was the strongest point for me because you were able to follow everything that the prosecutor was saying. But in terms of their strongest point, I think the strongest piece of evidence when they showed the 27 men on the screen, these 27 escorts on the screen, in between of escorts that Cassie engaged in sex trafficking, the ones that Jane engaged in sex trafficking, and the ones that both of them engaged in sex trafficking. Literally, we were all counting each line to see how many men it was. But in terms of the prosecution, why I go into that their strength was how they organized it, because they broke down the racketeering conspiracy, and they broke down the predicate acts, and told you which facts and evidence made out the predicate acts. So you got the arson, Kid Cudi, the bribery, the security officer from
Crystal did not tell you that's how they was gonna do it.
To distribute the multiple players having to deal with that. So breaking that down and then ultimately going into
I wish I was on my other page.
To know that all they have to prove is just one predicate act. So for example, the possession with intent to distribute, how many times did Sean Combs give drugs to Jane, to Cassie, or had Jane bring the drugs from California to Florida, or gave the packet of drugs to Brendan Paul, or anyone he gave drugs to? All it takes is one or two. You get two of those possession with intent to distribute, and you make out the racketeering conspiracy. Brian, what did you think?
I think the organization was great. And the reason why I think it works out to their benefit is because what you want is that the jury gets into the deliberation room and they use your roadmap, not the other side's roadmap. And they march through the case in the way that you told them to. You give them the tools and the way to operate through it. And I think what's really going to help them out, and the defense will do the same thing as well, any good attorney does this, is you mirror the language of the charge.
Told you,
the judge is going to say later on. And so
Yes.
when you say it once and then the judge tells the jury, this is how you're supposed to look at the case, then they're like, oh wait, didn't Brian or Bernarda say this exact same thing? Maybe I should follow that direction. I think the organization is what really helped them here.
Yeah. The flip side of that, though, I'm curious, what do you think the weakest moments were?
For me, and maybe this is just my bias as a defense attorney, anytime a prosecutor makes a conclusory statement or say, well, you know that's true, and doesn't explain it, that to me gives me an opening to do some real damage as a defense attorney. So when you talk about the arson, does it seem like Sean Combs really did the arson? Absolutely. But they didn't give a lot of facts. It's like, well, you know he was part of it because there's no stuff that happened afterwards. So there's no other person who could have done it.
You had the email 2 weeks before, Cassie giving a heads up to her family member, like, look, I was threatened that he was going to release the videotapes, and he said that he's going to do something to Kid Cudi, and that he won't be in the country when it happens. And guess what? 2 weeks later, ding, 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 boom, car is blowing up.
But you also know that Kid Cudi was with his ex-girlfriend's sister at the time. You also know that there's potentially female dating on it. You don't know who Kid Cudi's dating also. That could have been the crazy ex-girlfriend there. You could have eliminated that as an option by giving facts to do so rather than just leaving it. The other thing, the voice note where Sean Combs says, you don't want me to ghost you. She says, oh, he says he doesn't want to ghost you because he'll stop paying rent. How do you go from you don't want me to ghost you to he means I'm not paying rent? These are conclusions that they're making of their own that I think opens them up for a defense attorney to say, here are logical leaps that they're making that you don't have to, and this could raise reasonable doubt.
Or were there weak moments that you were concerned about?
In terms of the weak moment, well, one thing just stylistically, that she was reading from her binder when she was projecting this closing arguments to the jurors. I don't really like the reading part because I want to engage, have the eye contact, and have the jurors looking at me and me looking at them, and we're engaging in a conversation. But in terms of evidence that she put forth in her arguments, I think the one having to deal with Bana and Mia, because we know that those were the weak witnesses in a sense, not really Mia, but Bana, because of that issue of credibility, having to deal with being dangled from the 17th floor, and that there was an issue with the date. But also in terms of not telling this jury how to evaluate credibility or believability, because they're taking for granted that just because I tell you this is the evidence and it's coming out of their mouth, that it's necessarily true. I think they should have explained to this jury, you're going to have to evaluate credibility of these witnesses. And this is how you evaluate credibility of these witnesses. What motive?
That's what they instructed them to do. They got instructions.
Where you know that you can believe them because of the lack of
you ain't never been no juror.
Inconsistency, or if there's an inconsistency, it's
they
a
gave them
minor
instructions.
one. So those parts, because you do have the ones that it's corroborated, that's easy for a jury. A jury could be like, there's corroboration, so I believe that part of her testimony.
Do you think the defense tonight is tweaked?
Did you not just hear this attorney say that's what a good attorney do? And you didn't hear him say the defense will be doing that as well? You didn't hear that? You didn't hear that? So when they asked you, if you go to jury duty, you make sure you let them know that you don't want nobody to be, what did you call it? Instructing you so they can weed your ass out. Okay?
What they were planning to do for
Absolutely. I would be shocked if Mark Indiflo gets more than 4 hours of sleep tonight.
Right.
I think he should be getting the transcript as quickly as he can. In situations like this, as a defense attorney, you better have had a great relationship with a court reporter who's making the transcript. And so you're coming to them and say, hey, when you're done, I don't care how raw or how unedited it is, I need that transcript because I'm going to go line by line, looking at those statements that Bernardo brought up, looking at those conclusory statements, bringing in other facts and say, this is where they're wrong. This is why their interpretation of this is wrong. And then trying to poke holes in that in many ways as possible that is unimpeachable because at the end of the day, AUSA Comey is going to come up for that rebuttal.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. The government gets one more chance at this after the defense is done. Brian Buckmeyer, Bernardo Villalona, thank you both for being here with us. Coming up, a closer look at what people are saying about the trial that has captivated the nation's attention. Stay with us.
Yeah, but you sound dumb because that's what you're supposed to do when there's an attorney they're supposed to be instructing you. But you sound slow.
Welcome back.
I'm just trying to help you sound smart.
We want to know what people are saying about this high-profile case
You sound
that's
slow.
captivated the country. And here to help me answer that is YouTube star and our friend now, Tisa Tells, who has been at the Manhattan Federal Courthouse every day since the start of this trial, giving her more than 500,000 subscribers an inside look into this trial. Tisa, thanks so much for being here. I'm really curious. Like, what are you hearing?
But hit the like button, though, with your slow ass.
Listen, the people that are following me really wanted the prosecution to pull through.
Yeah.
And there's been a lot on the media because no one's in the courtroom exactly.
No, okay,
so
I
you
can
really are
tell.
going off of everybody's opinion. But one thing, whether they're
Hey,
people
Tisa,
watching the
shout out to
live stream
Tisa
from what's going on in the
Tells.
courtroom, listening to my perspective or anybody else's perspective, everybody is super happy and super impressed with the prosecution's closing arguments.
I am
As far
too.
as what their comments look like at the beginning versus what they look like
Hi,
now, has that
Margarita.
changed at all after
Margaret.
hearing all of these witnesses?
Night and day. So in the beginning, people were saying, I don't see Rico. Where's the Rico? There's been a lot on the media because no one
Is YouTube star and our friend now, Tisa Tells, who has been at the Manhattan Federal Courthouse every day since the start of this trial, giving her more than 500,000 subscribers an inside look into this trial. Tisa, thanks so much for being here. I'm really curious. What are you hearing from the people
Let's go,
who are
Tisa.
following you?
So, listen, the people that are following me really wanted the prosecution to pull through. And there's been a lot on the media because no one's in the courtroom exactly. So you really are going off of everybody's opinion. But one thing, whether there were the people watching the live tweets from what was going on in the courtroom, listening to my perspective or anybody else's perspective, everybody is super happy and super impressed with the prosecution's closing arguments.
As far as what their comments look like at the beginning versus what they look like now, has that changed at all after hearing all of these witnesses?
Night and day. So in the beginning, people were saying, I don't see Rico. Where's the Rico? What's going on with the Rico? It was like hounding in the back of our heads. Nobody saw the Rico. However, of course, a lot of people, including myself, saw it early, but the vast majority of people did not see Rico. And
Slow bus
the
people.
testimony, people were still like, I don't know, it seems
The
suspicious.
slow bus people.
However, with these closing arguments, there is not one person, whether they support Diddy or not, saying they don't see a potential Rico case.
Are the
So,
people who are involved in this type of
Yeah.
stuff, they're the
Diddy's
only
family
ones
was in
that
the
didn't want to
courtroom, his
see it.
friends and his supporters. Give us sort of a view
But hit
of
the like
what it was
button now.
like in there today.
You know, it was actually kind of surreal, okay? You know, Diddy had what could be arguably called a few legal wins.
Don't break
yesterday.
they
And when he walked in,
they
he seemed like
laws.
he was
It won't be they
He
Rico.
did his little love sign.
Don't
He
break
came
they
in,
laws,
he
they
seemed like
rules.
He was floating on top of the world. But as the prosecution's closing arguments kept moving forward, you saw his body language kind of slump a little. You saw him at one point, he was just looking straight. You know, and I get it. Somebody's saying that you're the devil and describing all these horrible things you did while your daughters are there and your kids are right behind you.
Well,
I
he
get
shouldn't
it,
have
but
done
there was
it.
something more that he just started getting deflated to me as the prosecution kept making their closing argument. And again, it seemed like really good spirits. There was a packed house. Usually in the last couple of weeks, those rows for family have been pretty sparse. They've only been utilized about 20%. Today it was a packed house. But again, the high spirits they came in with kept getting lower and lower as the prosecution kept moving forward.
Content creators like yourself have really been giving people a different viewpoint, a different way to follow these kinds of trials. I'm curious the feedback that you have gotten as you've done this.
You know what? I've gotten a lot of really good feedback, but I think it's because the Southern District of New York, they don't let cameras in. So you really do need someone with their eyes and ears. And you guys do a great job of that. But you know, you guys have set times that you can come on. So we've kind of filled a niche where it's like, yeah, I'll see you on break. I'll see you on lunch. And it's up to the minute. But they really like having us there as a fly on the wall, as a real person who doesn't really understand the legal side, but you're doing your best to figure it out. And you're literally just going off of the body language, what you see, what people are thinking and feeling. It's been an incredible outpouring of support, but you know what? I am trying to be the coverage that I wish I could see too. Like, let me know exactly what's going on. Oddly enough, the content creators, who might be the reason why the Southern District of New York changes their policies about having video.
We would all like to have some cameras in the courtroom. Do you have any plans for what you're going to do next?
You know,
because this has been weeks.
Yes, it has been weeks, but now I have this live trial bug in me that I just can't get out. I'm thinking about covering the Idaho 4. Of course, everybody is looking for the cutie patootie Luigi Mangione trial to go forward, and also just covering more court cases. But one thing is true. I think the fallout from the Diddy verdict, no matter what it is, I think it's going to be something that really has shockwaves for the next couple of weeks. You know, both sides, of course, feel super strongly, but the shockwaves of what it means for the rap industry, what it means for the record industry, and just what it means for society, and people commenting about whether he got a raw deal or not.
Another rapper.
It's going to be weeks.
Who's doing the same thing.
Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you. It's always great seeing you.
And thank you for joining us. We'll be here tomorrow for the defense's closing argument and
Way
for
to
verdict
go.
day. The show streams right here on ABC News Live, Disney Plus, and Hulu, weekdays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern and Pacific. For even more on the Diddy trial, make sure to follow our Wrap, the case against Diddy. It's hosted by our very own Brian Buckmeyer, wherever you listen to podcasts. I'm Eva Pilgrim in New York.
Okay, now what was this other one I had? I wanted to listen to. It's all over now. Over now.
When everything came out, D-Rock texted Mia. He hadn't talked to her in over 2 years. Or was the abuse? Never comfortable today. Diddy was sitting back like the entire time with his head down, listening to, for about 7 hours, it felt like, listening to the prosecution list why he's guilty and why he should go to jail. And his kids had to sit there, his family, his mother, his friends, all had to sit there with no objections, no sidebars, no breaks, and relive moment by moment, word by word, every charge and every...
At Terminix, our local experts know the pests in your area best, so you never have to deal with this or this.
His car to the ground. They said he trafficked women across state lines. Criminal enterprise. They said he ordered kidnappings. They said he burned a man's car to the ground. They said he trafficked women across state lines, brutalized them, and used baby oil as part of his national sex trafficking operation. And you're telling me we're just now hearing the full truth during closing arguments?
Yep.
Buckle up, guys.
Yep.
Today we're breaking down day 30 of the United States versus Sean Combs, the first day of closing arguments from the prosecution. And it was explosive. The government didn't hold back. They accused Diddy of racketeering, sex trafficking, arson, witness tampering, and kidnapping. And not only are those charges still very much on the table, they're now the central focus. We're going deep into the government's final attempt to convince the jury that Diddy is not just guilty, he's the kingpin of it all. The assistant U.S. attorney, Slavic,
I've been
wasted
trying to tell
no
these
time.
people
She
that.
opened by declaring that over the past 7 weeks, the jury had learned something undeniable. Sean Combs is a criminal leader who doesn't take no for an answer. That's not hyperbole. That's a direct quote. From there, she walked them through a brutal, methodical breakdown of the evidence. And it hit like a hammer. Her first order of business, the RICO charge, the glue holding this whole criminal case together. Slavic made it clear this wasn't about just a few isolated incidents. This was about a criminal enterprise led by Combs himself, a web of personal staff, enablers, security guards, and fixers, all working together to silence victims, clean up messes, and enforce Combs' will by any means necessary. She named predicate acts one by one: drug distribution, kidnapping, arson, sex trafficking, forced labor, bribery, and witness tampering. If the jury finds him guilty of just 2 guys, just 2, the entire RICO charge sticks, and Slavic didn't leave much doubt. She laid out far more than 2. One of the most chilling accounts came from the early 2000s. According to testimony, after some diamonds went missing from Jacob the jeweler, Diddy ordered that Capricorn Clark, one of his employees, be taken into custody. Yes, custody. And by custody, we mean dragged into a room, strapped to a lie detector, and told that if she failed, she'd be dumped into the East River.
Yep.
They did this for 5 days. That's not interrogation. That's terrorism.
And they don't have nothing to do with STX.
And according to the government, it was just the
they didn't have nothing to do with STX.
Yes, arson. That same car explosion that people whispered about for years. Not just a rumor. Prosecutors made it crystal clear. The burning of Kid Cudi's car was a violent act of retribution orchestrated by Diddy because he suspected a relationship between Cudi and Cassie. They even referenced Diddy's presence during a drive-by. And while they didn't lean heavily into that part about the part about Cudi's dog being locked inside and all of that, in the house possibly being ablaze or broken into, the details of how they broke this out was very chilling to hear. Then it got even darker. The government introduced a freeze frame still from the infamous Intercontinental Hotel video. It showed Diddy dragging Cassie by the hair or a hood. We've all seen the video, right? With her body limp behind him. The image was raw, violent, and I would say haunting. And it stayed up on the screen for a very long time, long enough to make sure that it was burned into their minds, to the minds of every juror in that courtroom. And if that wasn't enough, they played a transcript of Jane saying that Combs grabbed her by the hair, then beat her as well. Next came Jane. Now, you guys know I'm mixed about her, but they wanted to tell her story again. And it's the kind that makes you, I would say, sick to your stomach. She walked the jury through 3 instances. The first of so-called sobriety party, where Jane vomited between her second and third sexual encounter with men, coerced and broken down, only for Diddy to say, "Get back out there." Then there was the hotel assault, where Jane hit her head on the counter before being forced to perform oral sex on Diddy's associate, Anton. And it really wasn't an associate, it's a male escort, freak off. She didn't want to, she says. She says she was bruised and bleeding, but had no choice. And that for Anton, nobody knows why he didn't testify. Is he dead? Is he afraid? Paid off? We don't know. I will say there was a lot of witnesses that were not called during this entire thing that would make sense. Like,
do the legwork. Go to him and talk to him. Ask him to go reopen some cases.
There were stories that have no evidence, just witness testimony.
Stop talking about it and be about it. Stop defending PDF filers.
She would get Diddy to come back
and get out there and do the legwork. Be the voice for it.
And her story and Cassie's stories are completely different.
Since you want people to get off Diddy,
she isn't some kind of victim. When you look at it in totality,
you sound like he done conditioned you, like he done groomed you.
Cassie are in completely different leagues, and just how things went down. Again, look at it for yourself, and then to see the things that she's doing and how she's moving right now. I don't know.
Do the legwork.
The impact that the prosecution really wants it to have. Now, here's where things got a little weird. During the discussion of the federal jurisdiction, Slavic brought up baby oil. Yes, baby oil. She mentioned that Diddy used products that affected interstate commerce, and that some of these, like baby oil, were transported across state lines. Baby oil was transported across state lines. It sounded almost ridiculous until you remember, okay, that baby oil was reportedly a tool used in these coerced sex acts. it wasn't a throwaway detail, but it was kind of weird. It is evidence, but I guess it's evidence that connected Diddy to all of these twisted actions and his federal
because
charges.
he only used it for because he had a fetish with baby oil. It was a part of his fetish.
State lines. I mean, I've probably bought baby oil one time in when I lived in the DMV and I would live in Maryland and I don't know.
Listen, he had a sick fetish with baby oil. And instead, because he opposite of God, so he was baptizing these spirits in baby oil because that's where his fetish was. It's demonic. It was a ritual. That baby oil was a form of cult ritual. You had to go down in the baby oil and come up dripping, and then he owned you. Okay.
Go to DC. Maybe I had some baby oil in the car. Is that true? No, I'm just joking, guys. But that was just weird. Like, I don't understand. I don't think that's going to have an impact. It kind of sounds like a joke, to be honest.
Well,
now,
to be honest with you, if it's the black billionaires who forgot where they came from and act like they God and try to make people bow down to them, so be it. Get their asses out. Stop. Help the victims and send their asses under the jail. They can be billionaires, they can be millionaires, or they can be broke. I don't give a damn. Put their asses up under the jail. And he can use his baby oil. Yeah, what did I say earlier tonight? Yeah, he can be sent, he can get a lifetime supply of rubber danglings in his baby oil in prison for life. There you go.
Where was the defense during all this? Sitting silently.
Y'all kill me making excuses for black predators.
His lawyers slouched, arms crossed, chins resting in their hands. According to courtroom observers, they kind of looked defeated or maybe just stoic. Maybe they were holding out for Friday. Maybe they thought that this wave would pass. But I think one thing was clear. The prosecution dominated this room, which they were supposed to because this is their closing argument. We've got to see what they're going to do, the defense for their closing argument.
Well, they damn sure presented the evidence.
They didn't really put up a defense. They just went up there for 30 minutes and read out some text.
All they're going to say is somebody was a freak and they consented to it.
Pretty bizarre.
But the minute he paid out money.
I think because they don't need to prove everything, guys. That's the dirty little secret of a RICO case. All they need is for the jury to believe 2 predicate acts. That's it. And Slavic gave them kidnapping.
Just a heads up, I'm no longer reading whatever you're putting.
More.
I've dismissed you because you are a
orchestrator, a planner,
a hoarder of bad practices.
Hey, dressed up in Gucci. And she backed it up with receipts, testimony, video, text messages, and the eyewitnesses. The courtroom wasn't empty, though, guys. Cassie's lawyer was there. So was Karen Agnifilo, a heavyweight in New York legal circles. Misa Hilton, Justin's mother, one of Diddy's sons, showed up too. And even Diddy's daughters were finally back in the gallery, reportedly looking heartbroken. It's pretty sad. One had an awkward encounter in the bathroom with a reporter. I guess it was just a human moment. It was tragic, though. And I think it reminds us all that the prosecution may be going after a mogul, after a man who is bad, but he does have a family. He does have innocent, I will say, daughters.
I hope sons,
innocent daughters.
Where is Abel?
To live through all of this. So what did we learn today?
Where is Abel? We say they innocent. Where is Abel?
Combs broke the law. They're saying he ran a criminal empire, shielded by fame, funded by record details, and protected by the silence of those too scared to speak out. And now, the empire is under siege. The walls are closing in. And if the jury believes even two parts of this story, he goes down. That's crazy. Guys, we've got to watch closely because the next time we talk, the defense will be on the mic and they will need a miracle to flip this narrative around. Stay tuned.
I'm looking for a miracle. I ain't looking for nothing for Diddy. I'm looking for him to lock for them to lock the door behind him and let him seduce them prisoners. I want him to seduce and manipulate Big Bertha, Big Bubba, Ray, and Little Earl. He can have his fun.
John Gotti. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, man, I'm talking about they treat you in terms of the way they handle you as a witness, as if you're testifying on like John Gotti. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, man, I'm talking about 2 agents come to your house, rush you in the car, you come out outside, it's just paparazzi, everything's loaded outside, they grab you, they rush you in.
Real life.
It ain't real life.
We'll try to throw, man, a male escort will do anything for money. What do you say to the people that say that?
I mean, so what I really think that ties into, first of all, is the first place they go to is gay, right? First place they go to is gay. And I'm not even going to say that's a bad stereotype. I'm going to say probably as many as 75% of male dancers or whatever, they dance for both sexes, you know? And so if a man dances for a man, then it's easier to peg that on him, you know? That's your choice, right? So me personally, I've been able to be in this 30 years and never had to work in the gay club, never had to auction off my manhood for a price, but I'm not going to be judgmental on the guys that have the mental state to do it, you know, to each his own, make your money. But I believe it starts there. And yeah, I mean, to some degree, when you put a price on your sexuality, then that stigma kind of warrants it, right? Anything for money. But I don't care what it is, everybody's going to have boundaries, right?
Okay, so now, right, with the court proceedings, they're pretty much labeling you a prostitute. Do you take offense to that?
I don't take offense to it, right? Because the act itself was prostitution.
Thank you. Oh my God. Somebody take ownership and stop trying to manipulate it for what it is. And the reality of it is he went in a stripper and came out a prostitute. He had never done it before. He was manipulated, hired as a stripper, propositioned, coerced, talked into, whatever. The fraud started when he solicited a stripper. And when the stripper came to strip, it was a whole S3X movie. Yeah.
With the court proceedings, they're pretty much labeling you a prostitute. Do you take offense to that?
I don't take offense to it, right? Because the act itself was prostitution, right? I can't sidestep that, right? I think the only thing for me that throws me off is, like, I've been in business 30 years, and if I've been in a scenario for sex for money, right, it's been, let's say, 20 times, right? And so now that's the prominent label, right? As if I was been doing that for 30 years, you know? And it's never even been like an overt sex for money. Like every now and then I'll look up and that 1 out of 10 ratio, a call, and women don't call up and say, hey, I want to hire you for sex, right? They're very discreet with it. They say, do you do one-on-ones?
That's what the chef, right? The chef that had that sanction everything.
Do you do one-on-ones? Do you do right?
Oh, that's cat call.
So I'll get the call and I'll say, hey, maybe, you know, whatever. And if I get her to send me a photo and I'm like, oh, she looks good, right? Yeah. I'm my own personal interest. And then it's the ego. Like, oh, I got a chick that wants to pay me. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like, look, I don't care what you say. Name any guy that got an issue with, let me ask them, when the last time a chick paid you for sex? know what I'm saying? How many men can say that, right? So if you want to call me ego tripping on this scenario, then I'm going to own that, right? But that is a ego boost, like flattering all day long. Because, you know, the majority of women don't have to pay for sex. They just, and they get it, right? So if you're on that end, that's empowering for a man. So
I'm gonna plead the fifth on that one. But that, I bet what you just said is very interesting, and I'm gonna go back to it. You said that a woman paid you to come out, but doesn't your intent to prostitute really decides if it's prostitution?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can frame it that way. Right?
Frame it.
But I've never advertised it, right? If I'm propositioned and it aligns with my sexual attraction or in the scenario works for me, then I'll go there without a doubt. But I'm not waking up every day saying, all right, let me put some ads on Craigslist, you know what I'm saying, whatever, and generate income through a trade-off for sex, right? But if I'm propositioned through dancing or whatever the case may be, have I indulged? Absolutely.
So is that prostitution or a come-up?
Maybe a combination of both, man. You know, maybe a combination of both.
It's illegal.
Let me ask you one
However you play,
and
let me fix this real quick. However you play with it in your head, however you manipulate yourself, okay? However you manipulate yourself, the law don't change. But don't you have to agree to it within yourself that it's prostitution? No. The minute you take money for it and you put out because they gave you money, it's prostitution. Now, that's what we used to think it was, just that. But now we're finding out, thanks to Diddy, that hell, you don't even have to. You go over there, you kicking it, and it turns into a sexual act. Hell, it ain't just prostitution. They saying it's trafficking. S3X trafficking. So a lot of folk need to just go and get married and settle down, baby, because the way they putting it out there, your asses is finna be caught up in a damn RICO. Now, you can say it ain't if you want to. You can say that's not what that is if you want to. But they got laws to prove you wrong. So you can play in your head.
You know, because we talked about it on the show a number of times.
Right? But if I'm propositioned through dancing or whatever the case may be, have I indulged? Absolutely.
So is that prostitution or a come up?
Maybe a combination of both, man. You know, maybe a combination of both.
Let me ask you one last question. I wanted to ask you, you know, because we talked about it on the show a number of times, getting in that box and having these individuals ask you questions. How did that make you feel?
You mean on the stand?
On the stand.
Yo, man, on the stand, I had to almost check out because forget the questions, man. Like walking into a federal courtroom, that ain't no Judge Judy, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
walk us through that. Just give us.
Why people playing with the feds? Yeah, you better walk them through it. Why they playing with the feds? It ain't state. Yeah, it ain't no misdemeanor. It ain't the regular police. Okay, why they think they know these federal laws and why they trying to say that ain't what that is? Okay, you better tune in. You better wake up. Okay.
Walking into a federal courtroom, that ain't no Judge Judy, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
walk us through that. Just give us, describe that.
Yeah, so man, like
effective pressure support.
Folks got to twist it.
It takes vision.
Like, first of all, it's they treat you in terms of the way they handle you as a witness, as if you're testifying on like John Gotti. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, man, I'm talking about two agents come to your house, rush you in the car, you come out outside, it's just paparazzi, everything's loaded outside. They grab you, they rush you in, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, yo, this is crazy. And for me, I got almost like blindsided because the procedure is supposed to be they hold you on the 8th floor, right? And then right before you go on, the witness before you, the court is on the 26th floor. So they take you to the 26th floor and they're supposed to hold you in a room across. And then whoever's testifying before you, when they finish, then they'll bring you over. So I'm coming up from the 8th floor to the 26th thinking I'm going to be held. And right before me, I think was mom, and they didn't cross her. Oh. So she just came off the stand. And when I think I'm going in the room, they're like, no, you in here. And I'm thinking I'm walking in the room and I walk straight into the court. So I didn't even know. So, bro, you go in there, man, like the doors is like 15 feet high. It's like rows and rows and rows of attorneys. Like you sit up on the stand. I couldn't even find a prosecutor. And bro, I had almost like a panic attack, man. Like my hands started shaking. I was having trouble talking. It was rough, man. And the only thing that saved me was I got called to the stand about 10 minutes before lunch. So they just put me up there. They swore me in, asked me like 2 regular questions, and they had to break for lunch. And then they took me across the hall, and it took me about 15, 20 minutes, man, to gain my composure, man. To literally stop my hands from shaking. It was... Did
the government prep you before the testimony?
They did, but like the witness preps was kind of simple, right? Because everything they anticipated for the cross was wrong, right? The cross, they thought it was going to be a focus on attacking my credibility, which the defense did the opposite. They actually bolstered my credibility to make their case. Right. And the prosecution's direct questions was questions that they had asked me over and over and over and over again for months. So I was cool with everything, but the moment was the problem. The moment was just...
What was the most intimidating part of it, though, that just got to you in the courtroom, like the most intimidating part?
The most intimidating part for me, if I'm keeping it 100, was avoiding... First of all, I couldn't find where Diddy was at. The room was too big. I didn't even know where he was. And then I was going to avoid any eye contact, anything to any degree. Because I didn't want to deal with the possibility of there being like a intense stare or a negative or something that could be an issue, right? You know, you gotta look, if you hear he didn't get bail because there's supposed to be an intimidation factor, right? That's what the media is saying, whatever. So, and then I'll keep it 100. Like I spoke to a good friend of mine who's a retired Fed, and I asked him, I said, is there really a issue of retaliation, right? Or something for just being involved? And they're like, it's real, you know? So you're in a real difficult space because you got the Southern District, you got the federal government on one end, not really giving you a choice, and then you know your testimony
didn't have a choice.
The difference will be contributing to somebody spending life in jail. So it's just
so that makes sense as to why he kept saying, I didn't know why the prosecution wanted to talk to me. I mean, I didn't know why. I didn't think I could offer them anything. I didn't think so. So that's why your answers was, I thought she was into it. I didn't see. Yeah, because you was afraid, but you didn't know that all they wanted from you is to admit that you provided a sexual favor, and you also said that he threw money on the bed and said, I like this shit. And the money he threw on that bed, you collected it. So he paid you for a service. So while you was trying to paint the picture, oh, she enjoyed it. Oh, yeah, I didn't see anything. I never noticed anything. Yeah, because you thought they wanted you for this, and they also tricked you too. They wanted you for that. So well done, sir. Because you said at first only Cassie paid you. And you lied because he paid you. You also said it wasn't the full amount. Yeah.
It's a rough spot.
So now, one of the things, right? There's a guy named Inner Press or Inner City Press that's covering the case. Everybody's hanging on every word. And one of the big things that came out of the testimony was that you almost made it seem as if you weren't coerced, or it didn't seem like it was coerced into doing this. She actually liked doing it. So for you, was that the statement? It's just like it didn't seem like Diddy was holding her hand to the fire to make her do these freak offs. It was something that she was a willing participant in.
Yeah, I mean, man, that's my honest experience, right? Like, you know, you gotta remember, and this went on 2.5 years, right. And in 2.5 years, I never said a word to Diddy. We never had any communication. I never even had eye contact with him. Right. You know, so yeah, so all my conversations, all my interactions, everything is with, and they're all cordial, right? They're all cordial, they're all cool, they're all pleasant to the point where like we're cool, you know? And so I didn't get a read of anything that could have remotely seemed like she was in distress, right? And the only things that I think the prosecution was trying to focus on, there was moments, because he would give directions, right? So there was moments when the directions would be very specific, like move the candle, like, all right, move it some more, Right. You move to the left, grab the oil. And at times I seen her like sigh, like
a pimp.
You know what I'm saying? Like whatever. But I think maybe those moments of her frustration, they wanted that to be distress, but I could not go up there from a place and frame it as distress, because that's not how I read it.
A tight-knit college in a city of opportunity.
Ooh, baby, this Combs family tea is just
Okay, guys, we have got to talk about something that's breaking news. It just came out, and it's absolutely crazy. I'm still very, very surprised about it. But
I don't know why.
At the same time, because we've already heard other family members getting in trouble and getting thrown into the wake of the diddler. Okay, so again,
like father, like
I'm
son.
Not surprised, but I am surprised, and this is some breaking news right now. We have Diddy's son Justin Combs being alleged with Diddy being involved in a group activity, a group R.
Yeah.
Okay?
Now, before I heard your details, I had heard a couple of years ago that Justin and Christian were scouts for these freak offs, college girls, young girls for the freak offs. So this ain't new to me. So I know I ain't gonna be surprised. Like father, like son. Yeah.
Some shocking stuff, but we got to talk about it nonetheless. All right. A woman is claiming that Diddy and his son Justin Combs went.
Now, didn't Diddy and Justin date Steve Harvey's daughter? Didn't she start out? She was a pass around, huh? Wasn't she a pass around?
Brought her into town, held her against her will, and she was barred by a group of men, including
Diddy
and his son Justin. Now, here's the thing that's really interesting, and of course, I got to take that down for a second because of the words and everything. And it's still a terrible allegation. But what's interesting is that I think this is the first time we've heard about Justin getting hit with some type of
lawsuit.
We heard about
Lawsuit.
his other son getting hit with a lawsuit, which I think still is pending to see the inside of a courtroom right now as we speak. But nonetheless, this is a very crazy situation. And again, I keep wondering if every person that is connected to Diddy family-wise is going to get hit with some sort of lawsuit. I worry for the other guys, but at the same time, if they really did these things, then let them pay the piper.
Absolutely.
Right? Let them pay the price and face the music. But again, this is all depending on how this plays out in court, or if it even sees the inside of a courtroom. Because sometimes these lawsuits can be full of lies, and then they get thrown out. Right? So we'll see what happens here. But this is a very interesting allegation. And then, of course, I got to be real. I have an instant pumping the brakes moment when you hear who the lawyer is as well. No shade on the person who's spearheading this lawsuit, but he's been involved in some other controversies throughout the course of these lawsuits involving other Diddy and other huge hip-hop moguls as well. So again, when it comes to this, I kind of do a soft side eye with the situation. But nonetheless, let us take a look at this. And of course, I'm sure you're figuring out who the lawyer is before I even get to that part, okay? But nonetheless, it is a very interesting piece of information, okay? But again, this is bad information. And I just keep wondering, are all the kids going to get hit with something? Even the twins? Even his daughters that are twins? I mean, are they going to get hit with something too? This is just getting crazy, okay? And if this is any way, shape, or form true, man, I guess the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, or whatever the hell the phrase is. You get what I'm saying. Let's get into this, okay? So Diddy's son, Justin Combs, and let's not forget, this is also Diddy who's being thrown in this lawsuit as well, okay? So apparently, Justin Combs lured a woman to Los Angeles with promises of getting her a job in the entertainment industry.
There we go.
When she arrived to LA, she was kept in a house for days and then ended up getting AR'd by multiple men, including the diddler, at least according to a new lawsuit. So in this lawsuit,
are we really surprised?
Obtained by TMZ, the woman claims Justin initially contacted her through Snapchat in 2017, and they messaged back and forth, with the woman eventually sending Justin risque photos at his own request. Now, what's interesting about this, I don't know how Snapchat works, okay? Because I feel like it's not like Instagram, like you have to follow these people, right? So I keep wondering, how did Justin find this Jane Doe, for let's just use that for right now? How did he run across her? How did he find her? That's something I'm kind of curious about, because Snapchat, I feel, is very exclusive in a way, right? You have to know the person to follow them and all that stuff. So I'm kind of curious as to how that all transpired. But again, I haven't touched Snapchat in years, okay? So nonetheless, very interesting information. She sends risque photos to him at his request. He likes them, okay? So he offers to fly her to LA for a weekend. And of course, I know she's probably like, hell yeah. This is Diddy's son. He's right next to stardom. Hell yeah, let me do this. So the woman said she was interested in working in the entertainment industry and told Justin as much in their conversations. So they had quite a rapport for a little while. And she claims Justin
what you saying, no ma'am? You didn't know that?
Would help her potential career.
About her dating both of them?
He would get her a job using his and his
or that he got charged.
His famous father's connections, Diddy's connections, right? In the lawsuit, the woman says she flew to LA, and in April of 2017, a driver picked her up in a black SUV and drove her to a house in the Beverly Hills. I mean, it sounds like the start of a crazy, Hollywood story, you know what I mean? From rags to riches, you know what I mean? Or whatever you want to call it, right? But that is very interesting. So she says she stayed in that house.
You see this?
With Justin for the first night. And the first night,
she dated him first.
Chilling, relaxing, chopping it up, no big deal. To her surprise, she says they did not leave the house Saturday either. And when she asked if they were ever going to leave the house, Justin abruptly said no.
2023.
So, the woman claims Justin offered her liquor and Mary Jane, them trees, on Saturday. And she believed, she ended up smoking the Mary Jane, and she believed that actually was laced due to the effect it actually had on her. And then she says Justin offered.
She dated in 2019, and the news of her dating Diddy circulated.
It says various pills,
and she
then
was first with Justin.
I go, wait a second. Ain't poppers? Don't you have to inhale? Isn't that the inhaling that? Now I could be wrong. Like I said, I'm just asking for a friend because I don't know anything about those things. Okay, but I thought that's something that you have to sniff, right? So I'm kind of confused about that. But it is what it is. Let's find out what else happened here. Okay, but it's interesting that she was forced to do those things, and I don't know if she's saying it's poppers wearing a pill or not, but I'm sure she explains more. There's more detail in the lawsuit, okay? But in the suit, the woman claims after they consumed multiple substances, 3 whole other men showed up to the house in masquerade masks. Now, we've heard some semblance of that kind of allegation in other civil lawsuits and some of the S workers in the testimony, at least with the Punisher, saying that Diddy would show up with some sort of Muslim headgear, with nothing under, nothing from the neck down, but he's covering his face, blah, blah, blah. Some other people had, seen him wearing bandanas and a low baseball cap, etc. So it's very, very interesting, okay, that they were wearing masquerade masks for this particular one. She says one of the men was actually Diddy, who she says she could recognize solely from his stature and mannerisms. And no disrespect, but I instantly go, you were able to tell from his stature and his mannerisms, so you didn't even hear his voice. But of course she says Justin referred to him as Pops. Yeah. But here's the thing, that could be any dude, right?
He don't call any dude Pop.
Like
Stop.
Diddy. But then Justin could be calling any dude Pops. Okay? Some people use that as a phrase, All right, Pops. You know what I mean? Like old man, that kind of thing. But hey, I'm just asking the questions. Anything is possible, right? Let's continue on. The woman claims she was taken upstairs to a bedroom where she was told, you better do this. You better let this happen or else. She says each of the 3 men took turns doing what they did to her from behind and in the mouth. Okay, while she was deeply incapacitated, which is absolutely devastating to hear. She says this whole incident, for lack of a better term, went from Saturday night through at least midday Sunday. So this lasted for hours, y'all. And she says on Monday, she was driven back to the airport and dropped off. She says during that actual weekend of the crimes, and then even afterwards, Justin was holding over her head the possibility of a job in TV, as well as photos, those photos that she took, those risque photos that she took, that she sent to him through Snapchat. So the woman is suing Diddy and Justin for SA, battery, gender violence, and more.
This is Buick.
And she's going after them for damages. So this is a full-on civil lawsuit, not criminal, but civil. Okay? Interesting. But here's the other piece there. You see it right there, highlighted in red. The person who filed this lawsuit, the lawyer who's spearheading this lawsuit, is that of Tony Busby, y'all. Yes, Tony freaking Busby back in the chat. And instantly, because of what happened with Jay-Z and that Jane Doe back then, I instantly pumped the brakes. Doesn't mean that.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
the last interview was massive.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. People still hit you about that like pretty much every day. Yeah.
Every day.
Yeah.
Every day. They
Roger Bonds.
Did you get your money for that interview? I see, yeah, we good. We good.
That's right. Well,
his name came up.
Because last time he had been arrested, he was facing trial, but now the trial has started. Now, have you been called to testify?
No, I haven't.
Okay. But didn't the feds reach out to your lawyer at one point?
I'm not even sure. The lawyer said that they would get back in touch with me, and if anything was anything, and they never got back in touch with me about anything.
Okay, but they did touch base with your lawyer at one point.
I know either they touch bases or my lawyer touch bases. I know they did touch bases.
Got it. If they called you and asked you to testify, would you do it?
Yes.
I mean, it depends. I mean, I'm always going to stand up for what's right. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like if they call me to testify, I'm not going to not testify. If you call me to testify, I'm going to testify. Now, whether I plead the fifth or whatever, I'm going to go and I'm going to testify.
Got it. Well, from what I understand, a lot of the people who are testifying are given immunity because they potentially are part of some of these crimes and so forth in one way or another. So, a bunch of the witnesses have immunity. So if they gave you immunity, would you be down to basically say everything?
I'm going to tell you the truth, man. A lot of these things that they talking about, a lot of stuff that they talking about, like when they talk about D-Rock running in the Suge Knight, when they talk about some of the stuff, I've just, by the grace of God, was either off that day or either was in New York that day, and I would hear about those things when I got back. So I think it was like, God giving me a blessing not to be there or be a part of it. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't have no problem testifying about what I played a part in because I feel like I was an employee, period. You know what I'm saying? Point blank. That wasn't my man. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, he ran a company, a Fortune 500 company. It wasn't like he ran no gangster company. He ran a Fortune 5 company, and I was happy to be a part of it.
I mean, would you say by the end of your time there that you and Puffy were friends?
Yeah, I would. I say that, but now when I look back on it, he don't have no friends. You know what I'm saying? And that's a real. Like some people be like, nah, because you could think something is something that is really not. You know what I'm saying? And I thought we was friends. I thought at the end of the night, you know what I'm saying, when he'd be like, yo, I am my brother's keeper. At the end of the night, when he say I love you and you say, yo, I love you back. When you part of the streets, you take that to heart. But when you mastered the business, you realize that's part of the business. You know what I'm saying? And I think he mastered the business. He tell you what you want to hear.
Manipulate
He tell you how to get the best work out of you, how to push you and everything else. And he knows those type of things is what's going to push you and make you basically do anything that he asks. You know what I'm saying? And, that's how I look at it now.
Well, like I said, the trial is starting and Diddy is facing life in prison.
Right.
He is charged with racketeering, which includes kidnapping.
Right.
Sex trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution. He has pleaded not guilty. He was trying to get bail multiple times, at one point putting up as much as $15 million, and he was denied each and every time. A bunch of stuff was seized from his home. Of course, there was all the baby oil, and, the dildos, and there was some rope. There was rope that I found and lingerie, but they did find some guns.
Right.
They found a semi-automatic AR-15 with magazines loaded with bullets. Some of the guns had like red dots on them, like the laser sights, which is not common for these types of rifles. But there's also a couple of guns that had the serial numbers scratched off.
Right.
Why do you think Puff had all those guns, some of which are essentially illegal? You're not allowed to scratch off a serial number.
Right.
That's a Fed case in and of itself.
Right.
I almost feel like if this doesn't go through, he'll get a superseding indictment for that gun.
Right.
Or those couple of guns. Why did Puff have those types of guns around, you think?
I don't know, because back in 2012, 2006, 2003, he ain't have none of that shit. He ain't have none of that. So I don't know what happened to maybe the billionaire status got to him, maybe the drugs got to him, maybe the fear got to him. But when you got that type of money, you don't really need to have that type of stuff because you pay people to be around you that's legal to have that type of stuff. So I think it was something mentally wrong with him, yo.
Wait, but did Puff have 24 hours security?
He had bodies on him, and he thought retaliation was coming.
Okay, so once you left, there was someone else to take over.
I never left.
Yeah, but you have to sleep.
That's when he sleep. I sleep when he sleep.
So while he's sleeping,
Forced
there's
labor.
nobody awake to protect him.
Nah, he's behind a gate. He's behind a gate. Every house got gates.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like when you go to the Miami house, well, where I stayed at was the guest house. So the guest house, my window was right over the gate. So if you ring that bell, my phone would ring. And I could look right out my window and see who's at the front gate. And then I'm going to get on the PA system. Yo, says at the front gate. Or I'm going to answer it myself. Yo, who's this? Or this says, oh, this might be, let's say for instance, yo, this Dallas or something like that. Okay, cool, like that. So, you know, there's no way. And even if you on a boat, you could ride up on the house in a boat. You know, that has happened a couple of times. You know what I'm saying? So I had to run out to where the boats or the jet skis is at. You know, it's just some regular random person and some rich person and pulled up on their boat. Yo, I heard this was Puff out. You know, that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it was 24-hour security. I lived there. You know, all the everyday security lived there. You know what I'm saying?
It's not like, okay, end of the night, I'm going to go to sleep, you go home, I'll see you tomorrow. No, you actually slept at the house.
Right.
Every time. Oh, wow. So you never really went home while you were working for Puff?
Nah. What we did was if we was out of town, I would work. And then when we got back to New York, somebody else would work. You know what I'm saying? Most of the time it was Paulie or whoever wasn't with me out of there. Sometimes we took times. You know, sometimes if he stay out there for 3 weeks or a month, I might be like, yo, I got to go home. You know what I'm saying? But otherwise than that, you know, I did my thing. Like if I went to the club or if I met somebody and spent the night with him or something like that, I hit him and be like, yo, I ain't coming. You going out? He be like, nah, I ain't going out. As long as he's staying home, you got the green light to go do whatever you want to do.
Okay.
He only going to hit you if he say, yo, I'm getting ready to get out of here.
Well, the trial has started. And in the very beginning, the sex workers were called. Well, one sex worker in particular, the Punisher.
Oh, yeah.
You actually know this guy.
Oh, yeah, I done seen this before. Okay, let me see, yeah.
He from Harlem.
I'm almost out of juice. Okay, y'all.
We all from Harlem.
That's it for me. Thank you. I'll see y'all probably tomorrow. Peace out. Stay safe. Stay away from Diddy. Stay away from Diddy.